Deadly Pahalgam terror attack on 22nd of April, Akanksha Swaroop. India has struck back, precise, focused and retributive. Operation Sindoor has already sent a clear message to Pakistan after the brutal murder of 26 innocent tourists in Pahalgam, 25 of them being Indians. A nation of over a billion demanded justice, and India has responded with 21 precision missiles at 9 terror locations, reducing Lashkar-e-Taiba Jaish-e-Mohammed camps to rubble. Even Jaish chief Masood Azhar's family members were hit in these strikes, and as Pakistan contemplates retaliation, India has stood ready, even firm in its doctrine of strength, proving once again that those who shed Indian blood will pay the price. Meanwhile, the government will convene an all-party meeting tomorrow to discuss the situation. On the other hand, Pakistan, rattled with India's counter to terrorism, continued warmongering, with Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif saying that Pakistan will retaliate the Indian strikes.
In the dead of night, while Pakistan slept, India launched Operation Sindoor to avenge the bloody Pahalgam attack. The targeted strikes hit 9 terror camps, killing at least 17 terrorists and injuring 60. As the nation focused on the May 7th mock drills, the Indian Army carried out a covert operation, catching Pakistan completely off guard. At 1:44 a.m., explosions rocked multiple locations across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This marked the beginning of Operation Sindoor, a retaliatory strike ordered under the watch of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Indian forces launched coordinated military strikes from Indian soil, targeting key terror infrastructure. Among the destroyed sites were the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murdike and the Jaish-e-Mohammed base in Bahawalpur. Based on credible intelligence, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force deployed precision strike systems to ensure maximum impact with minimal collateral damage. Named after the sacred Sindoor, the operation honors the widows left behind by the Pahalgam massacre. The strike comes exactly 2 weeks after the brutal killing of 26 in Pahalgam, a tragedy that shook the nation. Though the Indian Army was granted full operational freedom, it exercised deliberate restraint. The strikes under Operation Sindoor were precise, calculated and non-escalatory, a message of strength, not provocation. India carefully avoided Pakistani military sites and ensured no civilians were targeted. The focus remained squarely on terror infrastructure, signaling India's intent: justice, not war. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called India's precision strikes nothing short of an act of war. As explosions echoed across Pakistani territory, Islamabad was shaken, and now it's gearing up to strike back. Sharif warned that the enemy will never succeed in its nefarious objectives. His defense minister, Khwaja Asif, did not mince his words and vowed retaliation with full force. With India drawing first blood and Pakistan seething with rage, the region stands on edge. Retaliation is coming, but at what cost? Is this the first spark of a full-blown war between two nuclear-armed neighbors?
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं।
All right, breaking inputs coming in on Pakistan as in fact our security affairs editor Mr. Manoj Gupta brings us those breaking inputs as we are learning that the Pakistan army is asked to move to battle positions in Lahore. This is after some reservations in the political class to carry on with the fight. Earlier, CNN News18, remember, had reported that various villages in Punjab along the international border have been vacated and asked to move back. And now the latest breaking input that we are bringing to you is that there is some reservation within the political class to move to battle positions in Lahore. Perhaps you're also calling for a pause to this fight. Let's quickly go across to Akash, who brings us those breaking inputs. Akash, give us some context with regards to where is this political resistance coming from?
Right. So, Akanksha, first of all, as far as Pakistan is concerned, so we know that how, their army and the, governance, in fact, are, go hand in hand, in fact. And we know that how it is influenced. In fact, the governance is influenced by army. And army somewhere, takes a call. This time around, when it is about, the conditions, so we know that how there were tensions between India and Pakistan. India has launched, an attack against Pakistan. And this was, in response to what happened on 22nd of April. Now we are learning that Pakistan army has been basically asked to move to battle positions in Lahore. And this is, something that, is in discussion in Pakistan, whether or not they should retaliate or they should, take some action after the action that has been taken by India. And this time around, we are learning that there are some reservations. While some want that attack should be carried out against India, the others are not in favor because of the fact that Pakistan won't be able to, sustain the situation that will arise after this attack. We are learning that there are some reservations in political class and the resistance, that is basically against, this fight.
Akash, also what we are learning is that, primarily that sort of difference of opinion is coming from Rana Sanaullah, who is the political advisor to Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. But on the other hand, you've heard what Shehbaz Sharif has had to say. He's also echoed the same sentiment of the Pakistani General Asim Munir. So is it also an indication that Rana Sanaullah could have some political influence as far as influencing the Prime Minister is concerned?
Oh, yes, and that's the reason why he was criticized for taking the stand to, in fact, pause the fight. And, we have been told that there are, some intense discussions and deliberation that have been ongoing. And, in fact, we had, in fact, earlier reported that how villages, are vacated. And, in fact, forces have been asked to move back. So a number of things are happening. And, in fact, our investigation editor, Manoj Gupta, has been reporting, these developments where Pakistan, the condition in Pakistan is worrisome, where, they have been deliberating, they are in dilemma. And, in fact, there is a difference in opinion when it is about, different sort of power sector, power classes there.
Many thanks to you, Akash, for bringing us those breaking inputs. In fact, we have some more breaking inputs coming in from India's borders. In fact, what we are learning is that the Indian Army is closely monitoring the ceasefire violations by Pakistan Army as we speak. And in fact, we are already aware that one Jawan has been killed in the firing in Poonch sector of Jammu. Now, remember, forces have been given operational freedom to give the Indian Army use of artillery guns to target all of those who are attacking the Indian civilians along the line of control. This, remember, after there was, in fact, the loss of some lives in Poonch sector, to be precise. In fact, what we have been told that 12 civilians have died. At the same time, 50 were injured in shelling that took place unabated in Poonch. But we all have been made to be aware of the fact that the Indian Army is prepared as much as the Indian Air Force, which attacked various parts of Punjab and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The idea was to destroy those terror camps which were being operated under the supervision of the Pakistan Army. And in fact, as far as the Rafale jets that hit the terror camps are concerned, they used various cruise missiles and hammer precision. Soon after, there has been heightened alert, not just along the international border, but along the line of control. What continues unabated is Pakistan's ceasefire violations. At the same time, there's also been continuous shelling in Poonch sector that led to tragic loss of 12 civilians. Gory images coming out of Poonch. In fact, many in India continue to pray for the well-being of all of those who are along the line of control, particularly in the Poonch sector of Jammu. Forces now have been given operational freedom to give army the use of artillery guns to target all of those who are targeting Indian civilians along the line of control. As we told you, there is heightened alert not just along the international border but also along the LOC. Now, as India celebrates a calculated strike against terror, Pakistan is seething. Operation Sindoor has triggered a war of words and warnings. Islamabad has called it an act of war, claiming civilians were hit and even vowing revenge. With both nations on the edge and the world watching closely, is this the beginning of something far bigger? That's a question that's on everyone's mind. Here's a full report.
Justice is served. With these words, India hailed Operation Sindoor, a devastating midnight assault that crippled terror hubs across Pakistan. After 2 weeks of silence following the bloody Pahalgam massacre, India struck back with precision and fury. But the calm didn't last long. Furious Pakistan now wants to take revenge. The world watches with bated breath as India and Pakistan enter the battlefield. As India launched Operation Sindoor, its mission was simple: demolish terror hubs operating within Pakistan. India made it clear that this was not war, but justice. No Pakistani military facilities or civilian areas were touched. The Ministry of Defense described the strikes as precise, calculated, and non-escalatory. Indian missiles ripped through 9 key targets, all linked to the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre. Among the sites destroyed were the Laskar-e-Taiba headquarters and the Jaish-e-Mohammed base. These were long considered as nerve centers of anti-India terror operations. Shortly after the operation, the Indian Army took to X with a powerful message: justice is served. The message signaled that this was a decisive strike against terror, not an escalation.
टोटल 6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इम्पैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से. ये जो इम्पैक्ट्स हैं मुख्तलिफ तरीकों से, मुख्तलिफ वेपन्स को इस्तेमाल करते हुए किए गए हैं 6 मकामात पर. इन 6 मकामात पर ये जो 24 इम्पैक्ट हुए, जो हमले हुए, इसमें 8 पाकिस्तानी शहीद हुए। दुश्मन के इस बुज़दिलाना, बिला इश्तियाल, बिला जवाज़ हमले का भरपूर जवाब अफ़वाज पाकिस्तान पाकिस्तानी कौम की हमायत से दे रही हैं और देती रहेंगी।
In the wake of India's explosive strike, Pakistan is crying foul. The nation is accusing India of targeting civilians. Pakistan even called the attack an act of war. One of the missiles reportedly struck a mosque in Bahawalnagar, Punjab. This is Pakistan's most populous province. India, however, maintains its position that no civilian or military infrastructure was hit, but only terror camps. But the diplomatic war of words is rapidly escalating. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif declared that Pakistan reserves the right to respond with force, promising that India's actions will not go unanswered. He warned that retaliation would come at a time and place of Pakistan's choosing. Backing him, Defence Minister Khwaja Asif vowed to respond with full force. As tensions spike and tempers flare, when and how will Pakistan unleash its fury?
Let's now also decode for you the significance behind the name of this operation, Operation Sindoor. It wasn't named for aggression but for grief, a tribute to the widows of Pahalgam, a message etched in red, the colour of Sindoor or vermilion. Now reclaimed through precision and purpose. Here's why the name of this operation says it all.
In the stillness of the night on 7th May 2025, India struck back. Not just with missiles, but with meaning. The code name for this mission wasn't just a label. It was a message. When innocence was silenced in Pahalgam, when Sindoor turned into the color of blood, India did not weep. India rose. At 1:44 a.m. in the silence of the night, the roar of justice echoed across the border. 9 terror camps, 9 strikes, 1 message. This was Operation Sindoor. For every widow's tear, for every warrior's blood, for every vermilion mark wiped away by terror, India answered with precision, with purpose, and with pride. India named this mission not after a weapon, animal, or battlefield victory, but after a symbol of sacredness and loss. Sindoor, the sacred red. A symbol of love, a sign of sacrifice, and now a mark of vengeance. The red vermilion worn by married Hindu women symbolizes love, life, and sacred union. But on 22nd April in Pahalgam's Baisiran Valley, terrorists turned that symbol into a wound, targeting men based on faith, many of them honeymooners, just married. Among them was Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a newlywed Navy officer. His bride Himanshi, who had worn Sindoor just 6 days before, became the silent, sorrowful face of India's heartbreak and ultimately its resolve. This was not war, this was dharma. Operation Sindoor, India's fury, India's soul. India targeted 9 terror bases in Bahawalpur, Muridke, Kotli and Muzaffarabad, homes to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. Precision air strikes and kamikaze drones were used to carry the attack. India emphasized restraint, hitting only terror infrastructure. The message behind mission is clear. You shed blood to erase Sindoor, we strike so that no Sindoor fades again. This operation wasn't only about neutralizing terror, it was about honoring loss, defending dignity and restoring meaning to a sacred symbol. In 2019, India responded to Pulwama with Operation Bandar. In 2025, it answers Pahalgam with Operation Sindoor, a mission that carries the grief of widows, the fury of a nation and the soul of its civilization. Operation Sindoor is not just retribution, it's a vow that innocence will not pray, that terror will not triumph, and that every drop of Sindoor lost will be avenged with justice.
Many defense personnel have said that India has come a long way ever since the last attack on Pakistan, if one were to weigh in on the 1970s. But Operation Sindoor has revealed the strategic edge of the Indian forces to punish terrorists across the LOC without crossing the LOC. And my colleague Anand Narasimhan spoke to former Air Force Chief RKS Bhadoria. Listen in.
The former Air Chief is with us, RKS Bhadoria ji. Thank you for your time again. Jai Hind. What happens next? Many are saying, and I'm speaking to experts, they are saying Bharat must follow through. Even if there is a pause in kinetic action, we should not stop on the offensive. We should not get our foot off the pedal. But how do you anticipate this playing out? Because now the ball is in Pakistan's court.
Yes, the ball is in Pakistan court. I think the targets that were chosen have all been hit. They've been successfully damaged. The desired level of battle damage assessment would have got done. So the ball is in Pakistan court. They'll be observed very closely. I think the defense forces, all three, would have gone to a higher operational level of readiness to face whatever next step that gets taken. And look at the way escalation is going to happen. It would depend on what Pakistan does now, and it is my feel that Pakistan would respond for their own domestic reasons and for their own optics. And when that happens, depending upon the nature of that attack and the kind of targets that they choose to hit and the kind of damage that they target, our focus should be to minimize that, to defend effectively any such act on part of Pakistan, and thereafter take our own action. So there would be some action from their side, and we would need to really decide what next step we want to do, depending upon what happens next.
The Pak PMO has, in its statement, has claimed that they have downed 5 of our aircraft, including UAVs and aircraft. That's what their claim is. They claim civilians have been targeted by our armed forces. And the last one is they've authorized their military to take corresponding action. How do you interpret this?
Yeah, so their claims, I don't know, till we get our own information. They always start claiming, and this claim about civilians being attacked, etc., and telling their army to take action. Very clearly, we have seen the videos that have come out. We have seen the target information, and some of the information that was shared in the morning brief is very clear that those targets that were shown, they've been hit very precisely. Even the photographs and videos coming out of Pakistan have indicated that those buildings have been hit. So there is no question of some civilian buildings getting hit around it, and some civilians, so to say, from that perspective, being casualties. That could be. I think the world would stop listening to their narrative. The world leaders need to ask them what this extensive infrastructure where terrorists were basing their training and their indoctrination, etc., was doing under their nose, and why was it not being tackled? So I don't think their narrative will sell this narrative that they are not behind Pelgam and they are not giving support to terrorism will fly anymore. Let us see what happens. They can give a free hand to their army. That is.
Chief, as per your Shatru Bodh, your understanding of the enemy's mindset, what could be the possible targets? Where could they want to scope out a face saver?
See, we had a clear strategy that we would strike only terrorist targets. And we had terrorist targets which were identified and we struck. They don't have any such targets on our side. So they would respond to striking, I feel, some military targets. And if they think rationally, I think they would figure in or feature in some level of de-escalation in this process. But that's expecting too much. I have a feeling their initial response may not be that rational. They would behave irrationally and will attempt to make some reasonable damage to some of the military targets. So we would need to really take action very strongly to any such attempts from Pakistani side. We need to be prepared. And depending upon what really pans out in terms of what targets get hit and what kind of damage, that will dictate our action. So for one, we need to be fully operationalized, deployed, which I'm sure has happened, and need to, take action on whatever action that Pakistan takes, and thereafter, again, decide in a very strong and robust manner what further course of action is required. There would be, from our side, I'm sure, a very rational thought on how we want to de-escalate the situation. Till that starts happening on the other side, the de-escalation would not materialize in total. So let us see how it comes out.
Do you believe the Bharat establishment, the government, and also the people have a stomach for this to play out or draw for a longer duration? How long do you see this current face-off with Pakistan going on?
See, the core question is Pahalgam acceptable? I think across the board in the nation, in one voice, everybody has said it is unacceptable. So there is no question of, once you take such robust action for terrorist targets like this and at this magnitude and scale, there's no question of not having stomach to face the escalation or going the full way if required. So the defense forces would be ready, and I don't have any element of doubt as to the extent to which they will go in case Pakistan wants to escalate it further. There would be no problem or no hesitation from our side. It would be largely in Pakistan's interest to de-escalate this, more than our interest. Once we take this action, we are ready for whatever happens.
Right.
But Pahalgam is unacceptable. It will have to stop. This cannot go on.
So the message is writ large there that Pahalgam is unacceptable and this will have to stop. Air Chief Arkez Bhadoria, thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, India's Rafale fleet, loaded with Scalp missiles and hammer bombs, obliterated 9 terror hubs across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Operation Sindoor was a warning, precision, power and a message that India will not stay silent. Here's how it all went down.
From Indian skies, justice descended at supersonic speed. In the dead of night, Rafale jets armed with Scalp missiles and hammer bombs lit up the terror nests of Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 targets, one single message. In the early hours of 7th May, Indian Air Force Rafale jets rode into action. Operation Sindoor was underway. A tri-services mission targeting Pakistan-based terror groups. But what made Operation Sindoor truly devastating was the firepower unleashed. Scalp cruise missiles, hammer smart bombs and loitering munitions, each engineered for surgical lethality. The Scalp missile, a 1300 kilogram cruise missile designed to penetrate deep fortified terror command centers. Flying low, evading radar, it strikes like a ghost, accurate to the meter. And then came Hammer, India's highly agile precision bombs. Deployed from a distance of up to 70 kilometers, they guide themselves through air defenses to strike with ruthless accuracy. Loitering munitions were also used. These are not just missiles, they are hunters. They hover over enemy territory, scan, lock on and strike with surgical precision. No pilot, no return, just an impact. This was India's most expansive cross-border precision strike since Balakot. The operation was coordinated across the Army, Navy and Air Force, guided by real-time intelligence and executed entirely from Indian soil. India has hit back with precision, power and purpose. Among the camps hit were Markaz Subhanallah in Bhavalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed's ideological headquarters, Markaz Taiba in Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba's infamous 200-acre base and suicide training hubs in Kotli, Muzaffarabad and Sialkot. Operation Sindoor is one of India's boldest military responses in recent history. The operation is about the 26 lives lost in Pahalgam. It was about Sindoor, the symbol of every woman widowed by terror. Terrorists asked religion before shooting down tourists, and today India has replied back. Every strike was deliberate. The message: this is not an escalation. This is accountability. PM Modi monitored the strikes live. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh posted just 3 words: Bharat Mata Ki Jai. From government benches to opposition parties, one voice: Jai Hind. One resolve: India will not bow. India will not break. Pakistan claims civilian casualties, but India is clear. Only terror camps were targeted. No military or civilian infrastructure was hit. From Balakot to Uri to now Sindoor. India is clear. Terrorism will not go unanswered. Not anymore. From grief to grit, India has answered terror with firepower and fury. This Operation Sindoor, it is not just a mission, it is a memory, a message, and above all, a warning.
Now, military experts have hailed the action against terrorists in Pakistan, and CNN News18's Anand Narasimhan spoke to former Northern Command Chief Lieutenant General D.S. Hooda, the architect of the 2016 surgical strikes. He's spoken on the impact of Operation Sindoor in the national security paradigm between India and Pakistan. Listen in.
The former General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Northern Army Command, Lieutenant General D.S. Hooda. General Sahab, Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, sir. Good afternoon. Your thoughts on Operation... Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor. This is Anand Narasimhan here, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor.
So Anand, my thoughts are this is a very powerful message that has gone out to Pakistan. You know that if the limited strikes that we did in 2016 and 2019 are not going to deter you, we are willing to expand the scale and scope of our operations. We are not going to merely now target sort of terrorist camps, etc. But we will hit you in the heart of the terrorist leadership. You know, the strikes on Muridke and Bahawalpur are very, very significant. So this, to me, Anand, this is the absolutely unequivocal message. It's a very powerful message that has been sent out to Pakistan, that we are going to take out your terror infrastructure if you are unable to do it yourselves.
So, because there are some naysayers saying, "Kitne terrorists mare ye to batao? What is the point of going and hitting structures?"
You know, this is absolute nonsense, Anand. Are we interested in, you know, will it satisfy us if instead of 80, 100 terrorists are killed? I think when nations take military actions, those actions are meant to send out messages, communicate our red lines to the adversary. That and this is not merely about killing terrorists. We are also telling them that this use of military force that we have done, the risk of escalation now is squarely on Pakistan Army, and if you want to do that, then we stand ready. I mean, these are the kind of messages and signals that we send out. Really, it doesn't matter on what terrorists are killed and what numbers are killed.
In your sense of Shatru Bodh, what is General Munir likely to do?
So I don't know, Anand, most probably, I think as General KJ also said, he will try and attempt some face saving, maybe try and do some limited action. I think they're already trying to say that, we've already acted and reacted properly by downing some Indian aircraft, etc. That's what he's going to do. But his reputation is now completely at stake. I mean, he's come across as a ideologically hard, radical kind of a general. And so my own sense is he will try and do some sort of limited action to say, look, we have responded to India. What costs it carries for Pakistan, Anand, we've already seen in terms of the immediate economic impact, the Karachi Stock Exchange falling drastically, questions being raised about whether they will get the IMF loan, which is due next month, etc. The whole issue of water and the tragedy that it can cause to their local farmers and the local population.
Gee.
These are I think he will have to, General Munir will have to contend with before he decides as to what reaction should come from Pakistan.
But what should be Bharat's response now? If there is some level of reprisal, even if it is a small event that the Pakistani forces try to give shape to on Bharatiya soil, what should be Bharat's response? Should we go up the escalation ladder? Should we try and pull some acreage, some more?
Look, Anand, what India and what the Foreign Secretary's very mature statement has said is that this strike was non-escalatory. But as military planners have done and would have done already, is that, look, if there is a retaliation from Pakistan, we need to be prepared for it. How will we deal with the escalation? As we go up the escalation ladder, how is it that we can come out victorious at every stage? So I think it wouldn't be... I don't think we should rule out some kind of retaliation. We should not rule out some escalation that happens. But I think the Indian military would be prepared for it. And I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that whatever escalation takes place, the Indian military will not be found wanting in that.
General Saab, do you see this dragging out? Do you see, because in the recent past, we've seen conflicts dragging out. Iran, Israel, Hamas, more than a year and a half, Russia, Ukraine, 3 years. So all conflicts are not shorter. Post Balakot, the trend seems to be the other way around. So do you see this dragging on for 6-8 months on end, or do you believe this is going to be shorter?
Anand, I firmly believe it is going to be shorter. I don't think it's in the interest of both countries, to drag this on. Particularly, I mean, if you look at Pakistan, it's in a political crisis, it's in an economic crisis. The internal security situation is extremely, extremely fragile. So I don't see them having, the capability or the capacity to drag this on in the way sort of Russia, Ukraine has gone. So I think they will, as I said, try and do something demonstrative, declare victory and say, oh, look, this is what we have done. But I think ultimately in the long term, and I know this is difficult, the political leadership must step in to take more responsibility. Right now, they have given everything to General Munir. I mean, he just seems to be controlling everything. Maybe this time for the political leaders of Pakistan to introspect and say, look, this nature of civil-military relations in Pakistan with the military in charge is actually going to lead us to disaster.
Right. You make a very fair point. Lieutenant General D.S. Huda, always a pleasure speaking with you, sir. Thank you for your time. Jai Hind, sir.
All right, more breaking inputs coming in on the global reactions that continue to pour in post India's Operation Sindoor hitting the Pakistani terror targets, as the Chief of the United Nations General Assembly is the latest one to react to the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. He says, and let me quote, "I'm deeply concerned about the escalating hostilities between India and Pakistan. I call for both sides to exercise maximum restraint and for an immediate de-escalation. I reiterate my condemnation of all all terrorist attacks and attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure as well. I firmly believe that dialogue and diplomatic solutions in line with the UN Charter and international law are the only ways to resolve differences and achieve lasting peace and stability. Now, remember, important to also highlight that the UNGA is particularly the policy-making, deliberative aspect of the UN, whereas the UNSC is where resolutions are passed. It is the duty and it's incumbent upon the UNSC to maintain international peace. But it is the UNGA which is the deliberative arm and the policy making arm of the UN. And remember, both India and Pakistan are members of the UNGA, and most importantly, it is the UNGA president who has now reached out to India and Pakistan, the UNGA president being Philemon Young, who is the 79th president of the UNGA. He is a Cameroonian politician and the president of the UNGA. Philemon Young now coming up with that appeal to both India and Pakistan following the Operation Sindoor of India, urging both countries to de-escalate. He's also condemned the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, very much echoing the same words of what the UNSC chief Antonio Guterres had to say with regards to maintaining dialogue and diplomacy, and that is what Philemon Young is also maintaining, that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. Both sides must show restraint. This is what Philemon Young, the UNGA chief, is saying as far as his message for India and Pakistan is concerned. All right, with that now, let's bring you some more reports. As three forces, one mission and a show of unity, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force struck 9 terror targets across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in a pre-dawn operation. Operation Sindoor was a statement. Here's how India brought precision and power together to avenge Pahalgam.
In the early hours of 7th May 2025, the Indian Armed Forces launched a historic joint military operation, Operation Sindoor. For the first time since the 1971 war, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force struck together in unison, a powerful response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. The operation, carried out at 1:44 a.m. according to the Indian Standard Time, involved the use of cutting-edge weaponry including Kamikaze drones, also known as loitering ammunitions, designed to crash into their target, carrying warheads of maximum precision. The strikes, which have taken place across 9 locations targeting terrorist camps and infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These camps were linked to notorious terror outfits such as Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, the masterminds behind numerous attacks on India in the past. Of the 9 locations targeted, 4 were inside Pakistan, while 5 were located in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The operation was meticulously planned, with Rafale jets armed with Scalp missiles and hammer bombs, delivering devastating precision strikes. The operation has drawn a sharp response from Pakistan, with the military condemning the strikes as a blatant act of war. However, India's Ministry of Defence emphasized that the operation was aimed at neutralizing terror infrastructure, not military assets, underlying its carefully calibrated approach. The targets were selected with precision to neutralize key terror leaders and camps responsible for planning and executing deadly attacks against India. tragedy in which 26 innocent lives were lost, became the driving force behind this retaliation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally oversaw the operation and ensured the mission was executed with restraint. No Pakistani military installations were targeted, a decision made to avoid any broader military conflict. As the operation unfolded, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval briefed top global leaders, including the United States National Security Advisor. Operation Sindoor wasn't just a military response, it was a message to the world. India will strike back when provoked. The vengeance for Pahalgam has been served. This coordinated assault marks a significant moment in India's defense strategy, signaling to the world that India will continue to take strong action.
And so India has answered the Pahalgam massacre with firepower, even symbolism. Operation Sindoor hit 9 terror hubs across Pakistan and POK, sending a clear message: we remember and we respond. Here's how the nation turned grief into justice.
India has hit back, 9 terror camps destroyed. Operation Sindoor, launched in response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam that killed 26 civilians, is being hailed across the country. But behind every number, there is a name, a face. In a swift and strategic move, India has struck back. Under Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces carried out precision strikes on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. From every street of India, voices are rising in support, in unity and in pride.
बहुत खुश हैं इस तरीके की स्ट्राइक है कि पाकिस्तान उससे बिल्कुल बुखला चुका है। रात को 1 बजे जो पाकिस्तान के 9 जगह पे आतंकी हमला किया है, उनका बहुत ही बढ़िया मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है।
Indian Army Zindabad, Bharat Mata ki Jai. These slogans echoed across the country as citizens hailed the army's bold response to the 22nd April attack in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives of the tourists.
पाकिस्तान को याद दिलाने का काम किया है कि हम कहीं भी घुसकर किसी समय भी मार सकते हैं। जो पाकिस्तान गीदड़ बमके देने का काम करता था, उसकी गीदड़ बमके बंद करने का काम हमारी सेना ने किया है, तीनों सेनाओं ने।
As India brought justice to the doorstep, this is not revenge. This is resolution. The Defence Ministry confirmed the strikes were precise, focused and non-escalatory. No Pakistani military sites were targeted. Only terrorist infrastructures were eliminated. Among the 9 destroyed sites, training camps and headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. This was not just a strike. It was a message. India remembers and it will respond. One of the 26 victims was 29-year-old Shubham Dwivedi from Kanpur. Married just 2 months ago, he was visiting Pahalgam with his wife and sister-in-law when terrorists struck. Now his family says they found justice in Operation Sindoor. The terrorists separated Hindus from Muslims and then pulled the trigger. But the pain wasn't just personal, it was national, and the name Operation Sindoor struck the deepest chord. The name Sindoor holds a deep cultural significance in India. Sindoor, the vermilion powder applied by married Hindu women, represents commitment, sacrifice and strength. The name carries an emotional resonance, symbolizing India's resolve to protect its citizens and bring justice to the victims of Pahalgam.
जो हमारी सरकार है, जो हर स्त्री को बहन बोलता है, तो उनके पतियों को छीना गया था, तो उनका सिंदूर छीना गया था। शायद इसी की वजह से उन्होंने वो नाम रखा होगा। ये नाम पढ़ के तो हम बहुत रो रहे थे सुबह।
22 এপ্রিল আমার সাথে এবং যাদের সাথে হয়েছে আমাদের একটাই রিকোয়েস্ট ছিল, আমাদের জাস্টিস চাই। আর গভর্নমেন্টের থেকে আমরা যেটা চেয়েছিলাম, গভর্নমেন্ট অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে। আমার গভর্নমেন্টের উপর পুরোপুরি ভরসা, পুরোপুরি বিশ্বাস। ওনারা যে অ্যাকশনটা নিয়েছে সেটা প্রপার অ্যাকশন নিয়েছে, আমি তাদের কাছে ধন্যবাদ। আমার হাজব্যান্ড এটা নিশ্চয়ই দেখছে, আর যে অপারেশন সিঁদুর লিখেছে, আমার আজকে সিঁদুর তারা কেটে নিয়েছে। ভগবান আমার হাজব্যান্ডকে শান্তি দিই, আর ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর কপালে সিঁদুর না যায়, এটাই গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে আমার রিকোয়েস্ট, আর কিছু না।
India has reinforced the military response with diplomatic firepower, suspending the Indus Water Treaty, closing borders and blocking Pakistani celebrities. For the victims of Pahalgam attack, the pain remains. But so does pride. In the roar of every jet, they hear the voice of their killed family member finally answered. From grief to resolve, Operation Sindoor is being seen as a turning point, a reminder that every victim has a story, every family deserves justice. This is India's message to terror. We will not forget, and we will not forgive.
Now, one of the top voices from the opposition camp, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, has hailed the punitive action against Pakistan through Operation Sindoor, saying a strong message has been sent to the world. He was speaking to Shivani Gupta of CNN News18. I leave you with this CNN News18 exclusive. Thank you so much for watching.
Mr. Tharoor, would I be correct in using the term momentous? What other adjectives come to your mind?
Well, fraught, because of all the uncertainties about what lies ahead, but certainly at the same time, in many ways satisfying, because for a lot of us, this was exactly what India needed to do. I think for us, there has been a lot of concern that the Pakistani terrorists cannot be allowed to feel they can come across the border, kill our people, and leave with impunity. They must be made to pay a price for it. And last night, our government, our army, our air force ensured that they would pay that price.
You have, of course, already, expressed your commendation as far as the action is concerned. You've been a distinguished, diplomat yourself. What message do you think, one, it sends to Pakistan? Not just Pakistan-based terror organizations, but Pakistan, the state itself. And we know the kind of state that we're dealing with. And secondly, to the entire world.
Well, I think the message to Pakistan and to the entire world, Pakistan, you're right, is a very sharp message. You can't do this and think you can get away with it. We will take action. We will make sure that you pay a price. And as you know, we chose to actually attack within Pakistan proper. Muridke is near Bahawalpur, and that's something which is well past the international border. But everyone has known for many years that it's the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And for us, to finally destroy the facility there was, I think, a very significant and strong message. But the broader message to the world is that it was a calibrated and careful attack, Shivani. If you look at this carefully, what did we do? We struck at night, 1:05 to 1:30 a.m., when there are no civilians likely to be wandering about the streets. We were trying to minimize and indeed avoid, as far as possible, any collateral damage. We destroyed facilities, infrastructure, buildings. We weren't there to kill people, unlike the Pakistani terrorists. Second, we made sure that we did this in such a way that we were careful to avoid striking Pakistani military installations and government installations. not because we believe the military is not complicit. Of course they are. They're the elements in the military who guide, motivate, finance, equip, train, and direct these terrorists. But because we wanted to signal to the world that we are not seeing this as the opening salvo of a protracted war. We are seeing this as a one-off retaliation which the world can understand, and I hope the world will sympathize with. So I think the message was very, very good. And a third message that I rather liked was in the optics of the way in which we presented this. The very name Operation Sindoor, emotive, heartfelt. The fact that the foreign secretary, who by the way is himself a Kashmiri Pandit, was flanked by 2 women officers, one of whom was a Muslim, to show this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, as Pakistanis would like to make it. It is an issue of Indians standing up against terror, standing up against Pakistan. I think all of these messages were extremely well calibrated. I applaud wholeheartedly. And of course, we all stand with our government and with the armed forces in their noble efforts to stand up proudly for the flag that these people tried to deface.
Absolutely. But that message that you talk about to Pakistan, will they get it? We're getting a lot of warmongering statements from not just the Prime Minister, but almost all of their other leaders as well. They've been using that nuclear bogey on us for the last few days as well. Will Pakistan truly get that message? Because US and China, 2 countries who could possibly have a lot of influence on Pakistan currently, both have in a way told them to just calm down and not escalate this any further.
Well, I've reviewed all the statements that have been made, and the impression I get is indeed Pakistan will come under some pressure not to escalate. Even China, which is supposed to be their all-weather friend, and which may well have supplied the military equipment and technology they used in their conflict with us in the past and even as recently as last night, China has said that both India and Pakistan are our neighbors and we can't afford a conflict between in our own neighborhood, and we want diplomacy and reconciliation and so on. So my feeling is there is no real appetite in the international community to see Pakistan escalate. Secondly, I am not convinced that Pakistan has the capacity to sustain a long war. Their pride may be offended, but the truth is that if they hit us, for example, at a different level, for example, if they try and hit one of our cities or bomb another facility, we are prepared to retaliate in kind. And I have no doubt from people in the army that we are ready. So I don't think that the Indian army is in any way going to blink, whereas I believe the Pakistani capacity, given that their economy is in the doldrums, the army itself is deeply unpopular, I don't think their capacity to sustain a long war is particularly great. So it would not be wise on their part to embark up the escalatory ladder. And I think as long as we understand this and we don't blink, we have behaved very responsibly. So I think sees that, and the world will tell Pakistan, now you guys better cool it. If indeed it is true, as Pakistan is claiming, that they have downed a couple of our jets, we have had no confirmation from India yet. But if that is true, then honor is more than amply satisfied from their point of view. If it is not true, and if that's something they want to just tell their public, that's fine too. We don't care what they tell their public, as long as we know what the situation is on this side. But to my mind, what is really important is that India does not desire to be embroiled in war. We are a country that wants to be left alone, to grow in peace, to ensure the prosperity and well-being of our people, to be the success story that the world was seeing. We don't want to be once again reduced to a hyphenation with this discontented, disgruntled military regime across the border.
Yeah. I want to ask you, because you've obviously seen this over a period of many decades, has the India doctrine against Pakistan or on Pakistan changed forever? You must have noticed in the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, India was one, in one voice. That's right. And our expectations have shifted dramatically. I mean, from 2017 and 2019, when the surgical strikes and the airstrikes were conducted for the first time, to now even those strikes were considered not enough. Has our mentality as a country, as a people against Pakistan shifted for good?
No, I think India is very, very much united. And I think that there is no question on this matter. It's not just all the political parties are standing with the government, but the public as a whole is standing with the government. I've seen very, very little by way of any sort of dissent. Yes, there were earlier calls for some accountability, and the government has its own interest in ensuring that they get to the bottom of whatever went wrong to lead us to this position today. But that doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that the terrorist evil designs, which included, by the way, promoting disaffection in Kashmir, ruining their economy so the Kashmiris would again turn against the rest of India, trying to keep tourists out of Kashmir and dividing Indians against each other on religious grounds. I don't think any of those objectives will succeed. And I think that we have behaved in a way that ensures that we will not just prevail in this conflict, but we will earn the world's respect in the process. Let's hope we continue exactly as we have been doing.
I do have to press you because I have you for the first time since the Pahalgam attack happened. There were some disconcerting notes from the Congress party leaders itself. And there still seems to be a constituency, call it, I don't know what you would call it, the left or whatever, that still somehow is not on the same page. There are leaders from the Congress party who've made certain pretty distasteful statements.
Look, I think this is really not a time for petty politics, Shivani. I think let us focus on what is a moment of potential national crisis. Let us really stay in solidarity with each other and with the government and with the armed forces. And the time for recrimination or further debate and discussion can only come when this is completely behind us and we have come back to something approaching normal life.
Okay.
Right now, we're a nation with mock drills going on, with the army on the highest alert, with the paramilitary forces' leaves being cancelled. This is not a time for petty politics. Forgive me.
Okay. No, I agree with you. And hopefully that is the message that everybody will take. But I do want to ask you, on that shift in Indian mentality against Pakistan, how much credit of that would you give to Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Let's not forget, he has faced in his last 2 terms, now in his 3rd term, 3 big attacks. And every time India has set a benchmark of not just deterrence, but a price to pay for Pakistan. And even his critics would argue that this is different from the pre-Narendra Modi era. Would you concede that and would you credit him?
Absolutely, but I think we got there by trying everything else. That's how these things happen. We first started off by saying, let's try international pressure, diplomatic pressure, sanctions, blacklisting, or it was initially grey listing on the Financial Action Task Force, Security Council listing of their terrorist organizations, all of that. These collectively we thought would tie their hands. It didn't. Then Uri happened. I beg your pardon. Then Pathankot happened, and the government decided to actually invite Pakistan to participate in the inquiry. And they came here, their intelligence people came to Pathankot Air Base, and they went back and said, oh, the Indians did it to themselves. That was then the last straw, and the government realized that we could never, ever be able to deal with these people because they were not just committing these atrocities, they were denying them and trying to pin the blame on us preposterously. That's why after Uri, one step up, the surgical strike across into what is still territory we claim in POK. Then after Pulwama, Balakot, a bigger strike across the line of control into Pakistani territory, but again calibrated, one strike, one place at one time. Today, we have gone one notch up. I think the signal is very clear. At every stage, we have tried something. If it's not enough for you, we'll try the next step up. How much more pain do you want to take? Stop the terrorism, otherwise it's going to keep going up. I support that approach. And if tomorrow they decide to try and attack us again, and they try and kill our civilians again, I would support the government in going even beyond what they have done last night.
Absolutely. My final question to you, your diplomatic hat also on the decision that India took finally to put the Indus Water Treaty under abeyance, a decision that had not been taken even after 4 wars with Pakistan. Finally, India snapped on that as well.
Yes and no. We have only put it in abeyance. Sure. We have not cancelled the treaty. It's a sort of suspension. But do not forget that the tangible effect of that is still limited because we have not constructed new storage facilities or diversionary routes and canals and dams in order to move the water away from flowing into Pakistan. That process of construction will take some time. It's only after we do that that we can truly threaten the Pakistanis by saying, you won't get any water down your rivers. That is right now something the Pakistanis also understand. We have sent a signal, but we are not yet in a position to take action that translates this into a real denial of water. But that will come only when we start constructing facilities.
But you're happy at the fact that India has finally put its foot down on this treaty?
Yes, I think it's one more weapon in our arsenal, but it was a diplomatic weapon. As I said, when all this was announced 10 days or almost 2 weeks ago, I said, this is fine, but it's not enough. We need something kinetic. That is, we need something that directly hits them and hurts them. And my message was hit and hit smart. And I think India has done that last night. Now I am more satisfied.
Okay. Satisfied, but also, of course, as you started this interview with, we have to be a little bit concerned and wary of what follows next as well. But I look forward...
Like our armed forces, Shivani, we should all be on alert.
Identify, track and punish every terrorist.
हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई।
Located close to Lahore in Pakistan's Punjab province, serves as the headquarters of the Lashkar. The group operates from Markaz-e-Taiba.
The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18 on our continuous coverage on Operation Sindoor. Bharat has decimated Pakistan terror hubs, but Pakistan continues to torment our civilians. Right at the top of this edition and this hour, we'd like to bring you some news which is very disturbing. Pakistan continues to pound civilian establishments while trying to play victim card with the world. This is the true picture of these brutes. They will not learn. A pounding given right at the heart of their establishment, right next to their doorstep, is not enough. Look at what they are doing in Punch, in Jammu and Kashmir. They are targeting civilian establishments and they are even dropping artillery right outside the UN field station. This is how these brutes are. This is Punch Rajouri region. Indians killed by Pak guns. First Pahalgam, now Punch. The attack on innocent civilians continues. Women, children among 43 injured. Women, children among 15 dead. In the last few hours, through this morning till now as we speak with you. From Punch to Rajouri, from Mendar to Mendar, Pakistani troops have resorted to unprovoked firing in 8 forward sectors along the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir, violating ceasefire agreements and prompting retaliation from Bharatiya troops. But this has been incessant from their end. They have been embarrassed. They are going and telling the world, look, Bharat has pounded us, but this is what they are doing. After Pahalgam, this is Punch, Rajouri, Mendar, this is Kupwara, a house of a civilian. This is against even basic norms. This is a war crime that the Pakistanis are committing. And look what they are doing. Civilian establishments in Jammu and Kashmir, People who they claim that they are actually fighting for, they are pounding them. And these shells are claiming innocent lives. This pounding continues. Akash is joining us with more. There are a lot of pictures that have come in which we are not putting on air because the visuals are very, very disturbing. There are people who've been maimed, youngsters who've been maimed, women who've been maimed, so badly injured. The shells have torn their bodies, parts of their bodies to shreds. They're bleeding profusely. And people, others who are evading the oncoming shells are taking them to safety along with the personnel and local village civil defense and volunteers there. Look at houses destroyed. The visuals coming in from the hospitals are shocking, viewers. Yes, Akash.
Anand, this violation has been happening across the LC, but condition in Poonch is quite different. And Anand, I want to share it with you. I have visited Poonch several times because of our narcotics investigation. And, there I have seen that how, in Poonch specifically, there are several sectors where in the base we have one Indian village and at the top of the hill we have one Pakistani post. And from that particular height, you can actually target these, villagers. So this is exactly what is happening at this point in time when Pakistan is reacting out of frustration because they were caught sleeping when Indian Armed Forces launched this Operation Sindoor and, carried out this operation where 9 of these locations were targeted. Pakistan has been involved in the ceasefire violation where we have been learning that at least 15 people have lost their life and Poonch is, largely affected because of the fact that it is south of Pir Panjal where terrain is so different that, on the top of the hill you have Pakistani post and in the base you have one Indian village. Though Indian Army is retaliating, Anand, but then someone who is sitting at the top will always have an advantage and this time around they are not targeting the Indian post but actually the residents. And we have seen the pictures. You rightly pointed out, these individuals have nothing to do with what is happening. This should be in fact between forces versus forces. But it is not happening and this is inhuman. In fact, I have seen several videos, Anand. We cannot put out those videos, of course, but then it has been happening and till now artillery was not being used by Pakistan. But last night, since they could not do anything of the sort of operation that was launched by Indian Armed Forces, out of frustration they have opened the artillery fire. In fact, we are learning that they are using smart ammunition as well. Assessment is still going on and we'll get more details on it as to what is the kind of ammunition
this is a war crime. Now, this is a country which is going and playing victim, but this is Bharat should bring this up to the notice of the international community, saying look at what the Pakistanis are unleashing upon innocent civilians, and they are not supposed to be doing this. They claim that they are playing a fair game, but this is vile and this is devious, and they should not be doing this. The other factor is that if we are saying no more Pahalgam, then our forces and our government should also turn around and say no more Poonch Mendar and no more targeting innocents along the LC, thinking that you can fire at will and you can kill and maim at will. So let's hope that the government is not resting on what has happened with Operation Sindoor and they continue on in such a way that these guns are silenced on the other side. Because these people who have lost their lives today, it hurts. These people who are hurt, who are injured, who are maimed, and whose homes have been destroyed by the Pakistani guns, they also deserve justice and they also deserve a certain level of retribution. Akash, thank you for your inputs. Great job done on ground. He continues to be in Jammu and Kashmir tracking the developments as we continue to track the developments here. But let's bring you up to speed on what's happened over the last 14 to 18 hours. On the 22nd of April, we heard the screams of Lieutenant Vijay Narwal's wife in Pahalgam moments after terrorists targeted innocent tourists in Pahalgam, attacked Hindu men after singling them out and shot them dead in cold blood. The screams, the pain, the grief, the anger of the families of the 26 civilians resonated with 140 crore Bharatiya. Bharat's retribution plan was top of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's agenda, who felt the pain personally. Bharat hit back and hit Pakistan hard within a fortnight, responding to Pahalgam terror attack by striking 9 sites in Pakistan. These sites were identified, tracked and punished. This was in Pakistan and Pak-occupied Kashmir. This carrying a message that was both emotionally resonant and symbolically heroic and important. All the 9 sites that were selected, all the installations that were terror infrastructure installations that were targeted were all responsible for fomenting some or the other heinous terror act on Bharatiya soil, starting with the Akshardham attack into the Parliament attack of 2001, 26/11 Mumbai, Pathankot Air Base, the targeting of our soldiers in Uri, Pulwama and Pahalgam, and so many other instances in between. The forces struck selective terror bases in Pakistan and POJK, reportedly from where terrorist attacks against Bharat were orchestrated under Operation Sindoor. Sindoor or vermilion traditionally signifies the marital status of Hindu women. It also serves as a symbolic reference to bravery, to veerta, and to the relationship of blood. Serves as a symbolic reference to the April 22 Pahalgam massacre, where women of Bharat were told that they don't deserve to have a happy life and they were deliberately being widowed and left to live to sell the tale. And today, women of Bharat have stood there to tell the perpetrators that we have come into your home, into your backyard, and demolished these terror infrastructures. So, let's try and understand. Last week here on the Right Stand, we shared exclusive details with you on two key terror hubs of the Lashkar and Jaish, Muridke and Bahawalpur. This was shared with us by our Group Editor, Investigations and Security Affairs, Manoj Kumar Gupta. Now, they have been decimated by Bharat in this precision strike in the wee hours of the 7th of May. This is as part of Operation Sindoor. Now, let's take you through each terror hub and how each site was used to spread terror against Bharat. Now, three terror tanzeems were targeted: the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Hizbul Mujahideen. The first target, Muzaffarabad in POJK, and the capital of the POK area. Shawai Nala camp, terror camps were destroyed by a missile strike. The Shawai Nala camp, also known as the Baitul Mujahideen Markaz, is also something used by the Hizbul Mujahideen and the Lashkar, by the Lashkar-e-Taiba, actually this one, the Markaz Sayyidna Bilal, the main center of the Jaish in POJK, that was also targeted. In Kotli, the next region, next location, Markaz Abbas and Markaz Rahil Shahid, they are located near the LOC. They have been flagged for infiltration. The Markaz Abbas in Kotli is an important terror facility of the Jaish. The Markaz Rahil Shahid is one of the oldest hubs of the Hizbul. Then the next location, Gulpur, under the radar for terror training camps, Bhimbar Markaz-e-Ahle Hadith, Barnala, the center of Pakistan ceasefire violations, Lashkar hub in POJK. The next one, reportedly again a Hizbul hotbed called the Mehmoon Joya in Sialkot, under the radar for terrorist activities. Chak Amru, again under the radar for terrorist activities and also for training Fidain. Muridke, Markaz-e-Tayyaba, under the radar for terrorist activities. This is the headquarters and the alma mater of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Of course, then the biggest of them, the 14-acre plus area of the Bahawalpur Markaz or center. That's what it's called, Markaz Subhanallah, center of, a fantastic center. That's what it is supposed to mean. Hometown of the Jaish and home base of the Jaish chief Masood Azhar. And the Jaish-e-Mohammed itself has now confirmed that these strikes have accounted for nearly 10 of the Masood Azhar family, many of whom were not just operational commanders but also huge instructors in these training camps. The Lashkar also has lost 2 or 3 of its key operational commanders. So Bahawalpur is the main center for Jaish for indoctrination and training, and it's the operational headquarters of the Jaish. So let's try and understand. Muzaffarabad, the Shawai Nala camp, there are terror camps that were destroyed by missile strike. How were they accounted for? How were they targeted? The Shawai Nala camp, also known as Baitul Mujahideen, the Lashkar terror hub, 26/11 attacker Ajmal Kasab got his training here. Weapons for Lashkar cadre, Lashkar terrorists who are being sent to launching facilities opposite North Kashmir all emanate from this region, the Shawai Nala camp. Then there is the Markaz Sayyidna Bilal. It's the main center of the Jaish in POJK. It's right opposite the Muzaffarabad Red Fort. It's a transit camp for Jaish terrorists prior to their launching into Jammu and Kashmir region. Pak Army, SSG, Special Services Group imparts training to Jaish cadre here at this region, the Markaz Sayyidna Bilal. That's the one. Then let's go to Kotli. Markaz Abbas and Markaz Rahil Shahid, located near the LOC, flagged for infiltration. Markaz Abbas Kotli is important terror facility of the Jaish. Close aide of Jaish commander Asghar Qari Zarar is the head and plans and executes attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. This place can accommodate up to 125 Jaish terrorists. The Markaz Rahil Shahid is one of the oldest hubs of the Hizbul. It can accommodate again about 150 to 200 terrorists. So this is located near the LOC. It's been flagged repeatedly for infiltration. The Markaz Abbas in Kotli. It is important terror facility of the Jaish. Let's understand close aid of the Jaish commander, Asghar Qari Zarar. He is the head of this entire Markaz or this center. It's called Markaz Abbas. He plans and executes attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's go to the next one as we bring in Markaz Rahil Shahid. So this can accommodate 100 to 125 Jaish terrorists. This is Markaz Abbas. Then you have the Markaz Rahil Shahid. It's one of the oldest hubs of the Hizbul Mujahideen. This is also in Kotli. It can accommodate 150 to 200 terrorists. The next one is in Shakargarh. This is the Sarjal Tehra Kala terror hub. It's in Shakargarh Tehsil of Pak, Punjab. Now, it's the main launching facility of the Jaish. Close proximity to the international border in the Samba sector. The next location, Gulpur. Let's understand, where is Gulpur? Gulpur comes up, flashes up there on the map. It's under the radar for terror training camps. Also, Fidain are being trained in this region. Bhimbar. Now, this Bhimbar Gully has been often spoken about for infiltration route. The Markaz-e-Ahle Hadid Barnala. This is where it is. It's a center for Pakistan's ceasefire violations. It's a Lashkar hub in POJK region. It's used for infiltration of terrorists and also keeping them holding. It's like a holding area before they move towards the launch pads further closer to the LC. The ammunition to Punch, Rajouri and Riyasi. This also can accommodate about 100 to 125 Jaish cadre. The next one is Sialkot. Now, Sialkot was a known location, but the exact geolocation was gleaned when certain OGWs were interrogated. Mehmoon Joya is under the radar for terrorist activities. It's a Pak ISI terror facility in government buildings. It trains cadre for bat action, sniping actions also. Then the next location is Chak Amru. Chak Amru is under the radar for terrorist activities. Again, suicide bombers, Fidain are trained here. Let's come further down into the Punjab region. Just 32 kilometers or 35 kilometers from Lahore is Muridke, where you have the Markaz-e-Taiba. It's the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. It's under the radar for terrorist activities and fomenting multiple acts of terror on Bharatiya soil. It's the alma mater of the Lashkar arms and training facility. There is radicalization, indoctrination on acts. Osama financed 10 million for this facility. 2611 attacker Ajmal Amir Kasab got intel training here. He hails from this region of Muridke. 2611 plotters David Coleman Headley and Tahavur Rana visited this facility. Ajmal Kasab got intel training and initial training here before he was moved up further towards Muzaffarabad, the Shawai Nala. But here, the plotters David Coleman Headley and Tahavur Rana visited this facility. Let's look at Bahawalpur. This is the biggest headquarter, the biggest hub of terror that's been fomented on Indian soil, starting from Akshardham into 2001 Parliament attacks and thereof closer to the 2019 Pulwama attacks. They have been involved. Main center for Jaish indoctrination. This is the hometown of Jaish Chief Masood Azhar, and there is training, operational headquarters of the Jaish. Pulwama attack was planned here. Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, they all reside here. There is regular arms training for Jaish cadre that is given. All these hubs, their infrastructure has been demolished. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow ORF with us. Kiran Bedi, former Director General Civil Defence with us. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma is with us. Former Adjutant General and former GOC 14 Corps of the Indian Army. Group Captain MJ Vinod is also with us. My namaste and Jai Hind to everybody. A significant, comprehensive demolition of terror infrastructure which has long existed, and there's been a demand that this should have been done. Kiran Bedi ji, your thoughts on what Bharat has done and how the Pakistanis have responded, what they are doing currently along the LC, again claiming civilian lives.
I've been listening to my Indian news and I've been listening to some foreign news as well.
Ji.
I wish to point out that the foreign news is not doing justice. Is not doing justice. In fact, we should even have a session as to how are they reporting who. They're hiding certain news and they're spreading false news, fake news. So I think we need to even have a session. How is who reporting how? How is Al Jazeera reporting? How is BBC reporting? How is CNN reporting? How is Sky News reporting? I think we need to have a little session on that because this is alarming. They are presenting certain news and I don't want to repeat that. Why should I repeat that? But they're giving fake news. So I think that's a matter of concern. While we know what we've achieved, we know that how our armed forces and our political leadership and the entire governance has led us where we expected to. We were confident of after 15 days of due diligence. Not reaction, but action. And salutary action, which brought a lot of huge relief to all of us. It's actually released some pain from within. But I think we need to understand and share with us ourselves who is reporting what language. I can understand how they reported Pahalgam. In fact, we might have to go back to the source. How were they reporting Pahalgam? Are they calling it brutal attack? Are they avoiding using the word terrorist? Are they linking the country with terrorism with Pakistan or not? I think we need to understand. Let's not just print it. Let's have a session, a focused session. What is the language being used by the foreign media? It's of concern to me because how do I let the world know? How much can we disseminate? How will we disseminate what is factually correct as we believe? What is our version is not getting reported. The kind of strikes we've made on all the 6, all the 9, and how we've demolished the terrorist factories is not being stated. I have not heard that here are the 9. Some are saying 6, some are saying 3, some are saying they are understating what factually has happened. So I think before I give you my view, I've been also trying to listen who is saying what, because that's where the world is getting to know. But secondly, I think the second social feeling, my feeling is, we can also know how the countries have stated. How the media is reporting, international media, the key news. Secondly, what are the country statements happening? Who is regretting? Who is regretting? Who is supporting? Or who's saying what? So I think let's have the major countries also say what is their leadership, because I've been responding to some of these statements. And I've been saying to certain media, well, everybody outside our country is responding as it suits them. All right, so let's know if it suits them, it's as expedient to them, or it's as I don't know, diplomatically suitable to them. So let's know the diplomacy they're using. So I think the world, our India, also needs to know how are the other countries reporting news, media news. Secondly, how are they responding? We also know what Security Council dealt with, how Security Council, the language of the resolution, and of course we've got some certain leakages, let's say overhearing or leakages. So I think that's another, but that sets the tone. And therefore, how has the strategy of Pakistan has not worked by bringing it into the Security Council, because Security Council is a very closed institution. You cannot know. But the statement is, what is their statement also saying? So let's have the UN. Let's have the Secretary General of the UN saying what. So I think we need to know as a world, as India, what is the world saying? So I think it's a very important case to be made out of who is saying what. And now we leave it to ourselves. So we really know who's playing neutral, who's being more realistic, and who's undermining. I think that's what I want to know as an Indian.
Kiranji, your point well noted, the concerns well noted, and with a lot of respect to whoever are the media, that foreign media that you have named, they are very, very independent, Kiranji. So
even if
they're so independent that they can call the moon the Mars and get away with it. So let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. I think what we need to be concerned is how are Bharatiya reading and what are they trusting.
Or our Bharatiya is telling us, I have no doubt, our Bharatiya is being, because we are an open, transparent democracy. We are an open democracy and an open media, and also independent media. We are not in doubt, but I think the country needs to know what is the other independent media saying, what is the other print media saying. I think that's one session I would request you if you can consider.
Well, if they were truly independent, they would be putting out both sides of the story. If they are not, then we leave it to the wisdom and the judgment of the people who are having the remote in their hands and what they need to do with it. I can only say that for the moment. The other thing, Kiranji, is that in the UN Security Council, 13 of the 15 nations, so barring China and Pakistan, 13 of the 15 nations have backed Bharat. As long as Bharat diplomatically is able to continue to wield that influence and is able to bring nations to their side. Compared to the last time it was in Balakot, I'm just for the viewers' information, this time around the briefing has been far more robust, far more regular, and it has been faster. So any amount of misinformation, disinformation, there has been an attempt to call it out much better than Balakot. Can we do a far better job of it? Can we do it, improve it 10x? Yes, we can. Do we have a state media that is robust enough to go across into foreign nations and to try and influence and to try and put the facts out there? Perhaps we need to get there, and that's the learning for us as a nation. But at the moment, what we can do is that we can put the facts out as robustly and as often and disseminate that as much as possible. That's where we can. And I agree with you that we need to have, as the dust settles, when things calm down a little, we need to look back and say who's doing what, kaun kahan pe hai, and what their real face is. And we should have that discussion. But for the moment, I'm just going to stay.
I agree that let the dust settle, but we must know.
I totally agree. And then let's just circle back to come back and say Operation Sindoor, perhaps one of the most robust measures that we have taken as a nation against a neighbor who has for long tormented us. General Sharma, your thoughts on how Bharat has conducted itself and what happens next? Ji.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, Anand.
Ji,
like we've been discussing since morning, I feel the best thing that has happened is that we have broken the psychological barrier of Punjab, of hitting Punjab, and in multiple places and succeeding with it. And you know, the visuals come out from Pakistan media also show that the hits across into Punjab have been singularly very important and targeted. So that's one very major part of it. In POK, all the targets that we have been hitting, we have been trying out earlier, except for maybe Muzaffarabad, this is the first time. But we have tried out Kotli earlier and many other places earlier using artillery. So I would say so that break of psychological barrier of Punjab was important. Murid ke, Bahawalnagar, Raiwind have been names spoken about by us for last 20 years. And we've been talking of targeting these for a very long time. And I think it's an excellent thing that we have gone across and targeted these. The messaging is great. Now the other part is that what happens next? Now Pakistan, I would presume, has a short window. They cannot go across to 12, 13 days or one fortnight to decide what they would do. Because in their case, the window becomes shorter because of their international pressure that can be brought up to bear on them. They have a whole lot of fund spending, a whole lot of international pressures that will come across. So the short window comes to today and tomorrow. If we take the statement of Khwaja Asif in the morning today when he said that if India does not escalate, we'll wrap it up. And as Sushant has been saying 100 times, he is what he calls him a chaprasi. But I would say that as a minister, he has no standing in front of the Pakistan army. I'd say that what Nawaz Sharif said had meaning.
Ji.
Sorry, Nawaz Sharif has got meaning. His statement today says he referred to Article 51 of the United Nations, which says that they have the right to respond,
Yeah.
which the United Nations Convention of Article 51 says so. So he's telling us that we have the right to respond. There is last point here before I end.
Ji.
The claims of Pakistan that they have already done successful operations in India since last night, which is targeting these places that you have been referring to in the south of Pir Panjal belt from Punch right up to close to Samba area by artillery fires is one, and they said they have targeted many brigade headquarters and downed some aircrafts of India. So as a face-saving device, Pakistan is already moving towards its end to say that they have done some
Ji.
substantial work and it's a face-saving. But I would deem to say that there is something we must be prepared for tonight or maybe tomorrow night, the 2 nights that they have to take action on, in which they would hit something. We can discuss what are the likely targets that the Pakistanis can hit.
Right. On that note, we've just got news coming through. Top government sources are telling CNN News 18, Payal Mehta getting us these details, that Bharat is not scared to continue its fight against terror. Bharat is willing to teach Pakistan a lesson yet again. Behave well or get punished. More terror hubs are on the radar. 21 were identified. Only 9 locations have been targeted. There will be no leniency on the non-military front. This is the straight talk to Pakistan. If there is any retaliatory action from Pakistan, Bharat will give a befitting reply. Payal Mehta is with us. So Payal, the non-kinetic options or the non-linear options, they will continue. Be it with the waters, be it with the diplomatic thrust, be it with FATF grey listing, etc., etc. It's about the kinetic part. If there is a retaliation, there will be a stronger one from Bharat.
The sources of the government, Anand, are telling me something very, very clearly, that Pakistan can do whatever they want to appease their akas or their bosses, but the fact of the matter is that they've been unmasked, their faces have been unmasked, and there is more that India can do actually to damage their image globally as well. And they should not really think that, if they strike, then Indians are sitting with chudi pen ke nahi baithe. That's exactly what one officer really told me, essentially, that, we are willing to strike back with equal force. We behave most decently. We try to give them a long rope, but Pakistan doesn't seem to learn a lesson. They should just think that, if they kind of, fire at the LOC and they think that we'll just sit quiet, it's not going to happen. We have many more, targets in Pakistan, which are, of course, terror hubs. And we have enough evidence to prove to the world that Pakistan is a terror bogey and a rogue state as well. So obviously, India is not going to step back any point in time. So if anybody thinks that, once these strikes are done and India will soften its stand on Pakistan, like we were discussing earlier with you, Anand, that is not going to happen.
Right.
Karara jawab milega, muh tod jawab milega. That is, of course, the sentiment, not just within the government and the forces, but also within the bureaucrats.
Well, thank you for your inputs, Payal. Sushant Sareen, your thoughts? Ji.
Anand, a couple of things. One on what Dr. Kiran Bedi was talking about.
Ji.
Look, this is not a new thing which is happening. This has started from around 2014, and let's face it, most of the newspapers that she's talking about, Al Jazeera is particularly problematic, as are some of these other news channels. TRT is a complete mouthpiece of the Turks, and the Turks are completely backing the Pakistanis. Al Jazeera is full of Islamists and jihadists, and they peddle that propaganda. We've seen what they've done on the Hamas front. But even otherwise, some of the Western newspapers or news organizations have an ideological bent of mind, and they have been going hammer and tongs against this government for the last 11 years. When have they relented? And we have, in a sense, decided that we'll ignore it. We won't, react to it beyond a point. And maybe Dr. Bedi has a point that I don't think you should let this pass. On the other front, look, we are now in the next phase of the situation. I think the messaging from the Indian side, as General Sharma very correctly says, I think it's a very, very strong message that has been given. And the message is that, look, if you are going to be having these kind of terror camps and these terror establishments, then they are fair game. If things go out of control, then these are fair game. We are going to come for them. We are not going to limit whatever strikes we have been doing to just artillery exchanges along the LOC or any action across the LOC. Everything is fair game.
Ji.
But I think let's be very clear about something. India's approach on Pakistan, even on the Indus waters issue, what have we said? Forget what is being said publicly or in the media. What is the official position? We haven't abrogated the treaty. We've said we are putting it in abeyance and we are linking it with the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. That if the Pakistanis abjure terrorism and they dismantle that entire system, frankly, I don't think anybody in India has any interest in trying to block water supply to Pakistan on the rivers which were allotted to Pakistan. It's another matter that whatever is our share out of those rivers, we will exploit that to the maximum possible and perhaps try and get some design changes done so that the life of those projects increase. But I think the basic approach of the government of India has been that we are not interested in stopping the water. But water and blood cannot flow together. You take your choice. If you are going to make blood flow in India, then water is not going to flow. And if blood stops flowing, then water will flow. Secondly, I think the Indian approach to Pakistan has been very clear. We've turned our back on Pakistan. They might not like it, but that is the fact that we say that we have nothing to do with these guys anymore. We are going to do our own thing. We are going to focus on our own economy, on our own people, and we have nothing to do with Pakistan. And yes, if we have to compete with some country, we are going to compete with China. We are not competing with Pakistan, right? The Pakistanis have a habit of like leeches trying to drag us down. They've done it again. If they take the off-ramp, which again General Sharma was speaking about and we've spoken about it in the morning as well, that, if in a sense this can be a win-win without going up the escalation ladder, that we've done what we had to do. The Pakis claim that, fine, the Indians did and we hit back and, matters settle out here, but we reserve the right. The rest of it is rhetoric, right? This can become an off-ramp. But if the Pakis are going to react, then there are two options for them. One option is that they carry out a few strikes on empty plots, maybe very deep into Indian territory to make a point. But there is no loss of either infrastructure or of lives. They don't target any military or civilian targets, and they make their point. Now, at that point of time, India will have to decide, okay, fine, do we consider this an off-ramp? Or if they are going to strike military and civilian targets, then I don't think India has any option but to hit back with everything possible.
But Sushant ji,
just a second, Anand. Just a second, Anand. At that point of time, we are not just going to target then the militant camps or the terrorist camps. Then we are going to target Pakistani military and Pakistani civil infrastructure, just as they would have done.
Right, but
so I think
But what I'm trying to say, Sushant ji and Kiran Bedi ji, before I go across to Group Captain MJ Vinod, abhi aap see in Poonch what is happening. They have in the last 10 hours they have killed 15 civilians, injured 43. So they are upping the body count of civilians. Why just ceasefire violation? So are we okay with that? No, and if they go back and say कि देखिए अगले 20 घंटे में 20-25 घंटे 20 मान लीजिए 24 घंटे में 48 घंटे में 2 दिन में they continue pummeling our civilian areas and they increase the body count to 40.
Anand, that is favor.
So that is a favor. Is that
is a favor we can return to them, na?
No.
Ask General Sharma.
नहीं. But Kiran ji, how is that okay then? फिर हम उनको कहाँ सबक सिखा रहे हैं? वो कहाँ सीख रहे
हैं? But we can cause even more damage. Yeah, look at the lay of the LO.
But sir, please understand my point of view. Are we okay with that and say, okay, this is an off-ramp which will allow the Pakistanis to do?
We are going to ratchet it up.
Okay,
as much.
Ask
General Sharma, what is the kind of stuff we have?
Kiran ji, please tell me. What are your thoughts? Are we okay to do this? Should this not be punished? Ma'am, you're on mute.
Since Anand, I was to go to another channel, I could shortly, briefly respond to this. See, they lost out hugely by these 9 surgical strikes. What else can they do? What else do they do? But to go into hapless civilians. So they will continue to provoke you. We have to continue to engage in the fight now on this line of control. So I think वो वही कर रहे हैं जो कर सकते हैं इस वक्त.
जी.
क्योंकि ये हार मानी हुई है. क्योंकि और क्या करेंगे? 9 strikes तो हो गई और India is not stopping at 9 strikes. India will continue with these. कि जहां से आएगा टेरर तो जाएगा. They will remain on the Indian radar now. As I see, these others will remain on radar.
Right.
Because that's our right to do. Exactly what was done for Osama bin Laden.
Ji.
So where you can strike where the terror is coming from. And that's a legitimate right. That I think India will continue. When they do, how they do, let's leave it to their wisdom. They know better. And they've proven they know best. But I think these civilians is nothing but a provocation, continuing to provoke us, to engage us, because this is exactly what they need desperately. To carry on, dikhana कि हमने इतने लोगों को मार दिया. So we have to strike back sharper. We have to save our civilians hugely. And whatever we can do to shield the civilians, I'm sure the government of India knows best. I would leave it at that.
Ji. Thank you, Kiran Bedi ji. Before I bring in Group Captain MJ Vinod, there are certain aspects that we'd like to share. These are some targets. There are 21 that were identified. The army itself said that. But there are also certain people who are still there, who are and who must continue to remain on Bharat's radar. It's a safe haven to these Pahalgam plotters even now. Pakistan. Saifullah Kasuri, Lashkar's deputy chief. He continues to remain somewhere in Pakistan. He's hiding somewhere. Abu Musa, Lashkar's POK top commander. Then Mohammad Nawaz, he's Lashkar's POK recruitment commander. Abdul Rafa Rasool, Hizbul's operational commander. Abdullah Khalid, Lashkar's field commander. Idris Shaheen, he's the Huji commander. He's also there somewhere in Pakistan. Nearly 20 handlers and terror commanders are operating, while 33 active commanders are currently in the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. इन सबको कश्मीर चाहिए और भारत को उनका सर. And that should not be lost on anybody who has promised that they will be identified, tracked and punished. Bharat has sent to Pakistan nearly 20 letter rogatories for judicial requests for detailed dossiers and also detailed dossiers, DNA samples of terrorists related to various terror attacks including 26/11, Pathankot, Pulwama and Nagrota, but Islamabad has chosen to ignore this evidence. So if they cannot offer them, a Sajid Mir was highlighted by Vikram Misri, who was proclaimed to be dead and then arrested 15 years later. Agency sources have told CNN News18 that these terror masterminds are allowed to operate from a safe haven in Pakistan. There's more. Hafiz Saeed, we need him. 26/11 mastermind. He may be a figurehead now, but we need him. His brother, Tala Saeed, his son, 26/11 mastermind, Hafiz Saeed, also son of Hafiz Saeed, that is Tala Saeed. He recruits, collects funds for terror. Then Masood Azhar, Jaish-e-Mohammed founder. His family has been accounted for, a lot of the terror commanders, etc. But he still remains. His brother Rauf Asghar too. Uri, Pulwama attacks mastermind. Syed Salahuddin, Hizbul Mujahideen founder, planned the Pathankot attack. Zakiur Rahman Lakhvi, 26/11 plotter. Sajid Mir, I just mentioned him. Vikram Misri mentioned him. Lashkar top commander involved in 26/11 Mumbai attacks. He was claimed dead and then he was arrested recently under FATF when FATF issues happened. Faratullah Ghori, Pak-based terrorist linked to 2002 Akshardham temple attack. Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar founded the D-Gang, 1993 Mumbai blast mastermind. Abdur Rauf Asghar, Jaish-e-Mohammed commander, key conspirator of 2001 parliament attack. These people have continued to exist on Pak soil. So these are people, Group Captain MJ Vinod, who we need. And what's happening now, top government sources are saying, let's look at these pictures. Who's turned out for the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes. It's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying, if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. Because we stopped the water, the only viable target that he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes a few years to break a dam. But a token attack on dam is something which we should be watching out for. And Operation
but that's
Sindoor
an open act of war.
on-
That's not a de-escalatory measure. That's an open act of war.
So is Poonch, Anand. This Poonch itself, Poonch has been completely evacuated. That's what my sources tell me. There's not a soul today. So Poonch itself is an open act of war, because number of people who have died in Poonch, your numbers and the numbers that I'm hearing are slightly in difference. I'm hearing numbers upwards of 20 and to 25, which is very close to the numbers that happened in Pulwama has happened in Poonch. So to me, Poonch is another Pulwama, and which requires even a bigger kick than what we have already given. The aspect about Operation Sindoor is also, it's an operation which is wrapped in courage and soaked in sacrifice.
Yes.
So it's like saying, you may break our hearts, but you'll never break our spirit. India moved with purpose, pride, and pain. If you look at, look at Delhi and people in Delhi, they all are very happy, but they are also in a heart of heart, they are pained because so many people were killed. Sindoor, like you rightly said, is not only a marriage between a man and a woman, but also a marriage between soldier and the soil. It is the color of the blood, yes, correct, but it is also a color of commitment. And this is not retaliation. This is a retribution with responsibility. So
General
that is
Saab,
what I look at Operation Sindoor as.
Right. But General Saab, what happens now? What are Bharat's options? Are both sides, from your understanding, looking for de-escalation, or if anything that the Pakistanis do now, till what level are we let it to look at it as an off-ramp? How many more lives are we ready to lose to look at an off-ramp or a de-escalation, as Sushant Sareen puts it? Or are we going to continue to press on the buttons if Pakistan does any act of retaliation?
So, Anand, once we breached the LOC and the IP together, we should deem it that the ceasefire is dead. Now, dragging the ceasefire to our bosoms beyond this is, I think, is incorrect. And it's not Poonch alone. It's about 600 kilometers of villages all along the line of control, right up to Kathua, which are all close to located there. And they are across the fence also. They're tilling across the fence. Today morning, the LG had ordered all these villages to be vacated and moved backward. Because, obviously when we are stuck across the line of control, they would be targeted. And, Poonch being a bowl gets targeted first. We would be targeting Kotli also, even as artillery, not as part of the yesterday night. Kotli is normally also targeted, Nikyal, and there are many other hundreds of places that we are targeting ourselves. So either we respond back in equal measure and hit into their townships like they're hitting Poonch as a measure to quieten them, which has been done earlier, to say that you hit our villages, we hit your village back, and then that quietens it. Or we do technology and push the artillery out. The artillery has got finite amount of range, say 30 kilometers. So you have to use those loitering ammunition that we used yesterday night to target those artillery gun positions so that they are pushed out from there and move further backwards away from being hit. So, this Punch will be hit. And, earlier also before this ceasefire was called off, these townships and villages were being hit. Surankot, Rajouri, Nashera, Bimbar Gali, or Jordia. All were being hit earlier, and they will be hit. So either we take strong action to hit their villages, Chakoti, in Neelam Valley, etc., or we target their gun positions which are targeting us and push them out. Either way, this problem is going to stand, and it will be. And we have been stating this for the last 12 days, that this is an issue. And I'll add one more issue, please allow me. One is choreographed response, as Sushant mentioned. It is always possible that with choreographed response, like what happened after Balakot, they hit close to Naria ammunition point and close to Nashera without hitting them. So we say, okay, all is well, it's done it. And I, end by saying, it's all leadership issue now. We keep naming whole lot of these people, families, leaders. Many of them died, or hundreds have died. But hundreds others come up subsequently and they take their place in no time, and this terror factory continues. So killing a leader matters for say 6 months. Right. After 6 months, the next fellow will wear the same boots and he will be doing the same task across here. It is the factory that needs to be sorted out.
Right, very, very rightly said. It's the factory that needs to be sorted out. Big update coming through. Jammu and Kashmir is all hands on deck. So right now there is an office memorandum of the Civil Secretariat that's just been put out in view of the prevailing situation. The undersigned directed to request all administrative secretaries and heads of departments working under the administrative control not to sanction any kind of leave in favor of any employee except under exceptional circumstances. So after the CAPF, after the BSF, the army, it's also the administrative services that has now been put on all hands on deck. So clearly indications are that there is some counter that is expected, especially along the LC area, not on the IB. That's what, and it could be around the Jammu and Kashmir region in terms of the theatre of action if there is any retribution or reprisal that the Pakistanis are at this time planning. Thank you very much to all our guests. We are joined by the former Army Chief General Bikram Singh. Let's go straight across to someone who I have huge admiration for. The former Army Chief General Bikram Singh. Jai Hind, sir. This is Anand here. Thank you for making the time.
Anand. Jai Hind. How are you?
I am good, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor and how Bharat has gone about it.
I think it's been launched in a very calculated manner, and right from the beginning, as the Honorable Prime Minister had announced, we have adopted a whole of government approach. We've dealt with Pakistan at the economic level, diplomatic, political, informational level, and now, of course, the military went in last night. And I think this operation definitely has assuaged the sufferings and I would say the emotional trauma that the families were suffering after the Pahalgam incident. As far as the message to the Pakistanis is concerned, I think the message has gone out loud and clear on the political front, on the military front, that of course the first political, that we shall not tolerate any nonsense. There is zero tolerance to terrorism, and that is the message that has gone across. And Honorable Prime Minister's old adage right from the beginning, कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे, he's proven that point. That has been done again by the Indian military. And of course, I would like to compliment our intelligence agencies and the military as well. The way they've gone about collecting intelligence, precision, precise intelligence, and the precision weaponry that has been employed by Air Force, by the Army, to neutralize these 9 camps. So the message has gone out clear, and now only thing is that we got to wait and watch and see how Pakistan reacts to this now.
Would like to draw your attention to the PMO statement, the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, their official statement. It has made a few claims. One, they have not said anything about terror tanzeems or their headquarters. They have blamed Bharat for targeting civilians, including children and women. Then they have said that they have also gunned down 5 of our aircraft. That's their claim, including aircraft and drones or UAVs. The third thing they've said is that the Pakistan government authorizes its military to take corresponding action.
Right,
and they have quoted Article 51 of the UNSC to say right to protect sovereignty and the right to respond at a time and place of their choosing?
Well, Anand, let's be very clear. After we have struck them, they are going to get into this kind of information campaign where they're going to mislead masses, mislead the international community, mislead their own people, and try and create a narrative that they have the moral ascendancy, whereas everyone knows what has happened, and this is expected of them. I mean, let's be very clear. For very long, they never accepted that they were actually carrying out. It has been the epicenter of terrorism. They never acknowledged it. But having known that, the world knows about it, and therefore I don't think their claims are going to have any traction. People are not going to follow what they are saying. People know, they can see through. Today, there is a lot of transparency, as far as the media is concerned. People can gauge, people can make out. And we got our intelligence agencies to prove it wrong. So that is there. Otherwise, to be very honest with you, whether they claim under Article 51 or whatever it is, of course, they will try and do something. But to my way of thinking, it may not be a very high, I would say, echelon or empowered kind of a reaction. It is going to be there definitely because, after all, they require a face saver. The Pakistani military requires a face saver. They've got a bloody nose again, especially because of the people whom they have trained and nurtured against India. So, to my way of thinking, they will keep talking like this. They'll keep get into this kind of rhetoric and this kind of narratives. They'll try and start off with. But we got to keep our guard up, to be very honest with you. And I think our actions are being taken at the right at the political level. I heard the discussion before this. The way we are going about, on the economic front, diplomatic front, on the political front, we are engaging with the international community in the regional context, in the international global context. And we are also trying to create a narrative and tell people that what exactly has happened. So from that point of view, I think we should be prepared for the escalation, which will occur, but it will be momentarily. It will be for a few days, maybe a month at best. Because beyond that, Pakistan does not have the war endurance capability. It does not have the war.
Identify, track and punish every terrorist.
हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है।
Located close to Lahore in Pakistan's Punjab province, serves as the headquarters of the Lashkar. The group operates from Markaz-e-Taiba.
The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
A very warm welcome, and you're watching our live and rolling coverage of India's counter-strike on Pakistan just 2 weeks after the Pahalgam terror attack of 22nd April. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. India has struck back, precise, focused and retributive. Operation Sindoor sent a clear message to Pakistan after the brutal murder of 26 tourists in Pahalgam, 25 of them being Indian. A nation of over 1 billion has demanded justice, and India responded with 21 precision missiles at 9 terror locations, reducing Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed camps to rubble on Wednesday. Even Jaish chief Masood Azhar's family members were hit in these strikes. As Pakistan contemplated retaliation, India has stood ready and firm in its doctrine of strength, proving once again that those who shed Indian blood will pay the price. Meanwhile, the government will convene an all-party meeting to discuss the situation. On the other hand, Pakistan, rattled with India's counter to terrorism, continued warmongering, with Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif saying that Pakistan will retaliate the Indian strikes.
In the dead of night, while Pakistan slept, India launched Operation Sindoor to avenge the bloody Pahalgam attack. The targeted strikes hit 9 terror camps, killing at least 17 terrorists and injuring 60. As the nation focused on the May 7th mock drills, the Indian Army carried out a covert operation, catching Pakistan completely off guard. At 1:44 a.m., explosions rocked multiple locations across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This marked the beginning of Operation Sindoor, a retaliatory strike ordered under the watch of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Indian forces launched coordinated military strikes from Indian soil, targeting key terror infrastructure. Among the destroyed sites were the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murdike and the Jaish-e-Mohammed base in Bahawalpur. Based on credible intelligence, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force deployed precision strike systems to ensure maximum impact with minimal collateral damage. Named after the sacred Sindoor, the operation honors the widows left behind by the Pahalgam massacre. The strike comes exactly 2 weeks after the brutal killing of 26 in Pahalgam, a tragedy that shook the nation. Though the Indian Army was granted full operational freedom, it exercised deliberate restraint. The strikes under Operation Sindoor were precise, calculated and non-escalatory, a message of strength, not provocation. India carefully avoided Pakistani military sites and ensured no civilians were targeted. The focus remained squarely on terror infrastructure, signaling India's intent: justice, not war. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called India's precision strikes nothing short of an act of war. As explosions echoed across Pakistani territory, Islamabad was shaken, and now it's gearing up to strike back. Sharif warned that the enemy will never succeed in its nefarious objectives. His defense minister, Khwaja Asif, did not mince his words and vowed retaliation with full force. With India drawing first blood and Pakistan seething with rage, the region stands on edge. Retaliation is coming, but at what cost? Is this the first spark of a full-blown war between two nuclear-armed neighbors?
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं।
All right, and we're getting in breaking inputs from Kashmir. In fact, this is the second day that Pakistan has resorted to cross-border shelling, this time in Karna area of Jammu and Kashmir's Kupwara for a second day, remember, after Operation Sindoor took place. And yesterday itself, they had resorted to shelling in Poonch district of Jammu, which had led to the tragic death of 15 civilians. Several were left injured, and what we can tell you is this time around, Pakistan has resorted to cross-border shelling yet again in Karna area of Jammu and Kashmir's Kupwara. Remember, this is in north of Kashmir, and what we can tell you is that there has been indiscriminate firing and heavy artillery shelling in this entire area. As you can see, that is the kind of damage it has caused to civilian infrastructure and property. Several people were compelled to seek shelter elsewhere. Heavy artillery fire in those visuals. In fact, those are visuals from Poonch, where also shelling took place yesterday. Heavy artillery fire has left local population in panic and fear, forcing several families to seek shelter. And in the latest, after, in fact, that shelling taking place in Poonch, what we can tell you is that this time around they have targeted Kashmir Valley in north of Kashmir's Karna area in Kupwara, where that shelling has taken place for a second day after Operation Sindoor. Pakistan continues cross-border shelling with its indiscriminate firing and heavy artillery shelling. Several Chokibal areas of North Kashmir's Kupwara district have also borne significant damage as far as public property is concerned. We are awaiting more confirmation and reports to ascertain if there has been any loss of life or any injuries sustained by any of the civilians there. But we can tell you that in Poonch, 15 people had died tragically. That, of course, has raised greater alarm for as far as cross-border shelling is concerned for other areas of Kashmir as well, since Poonch was bearing the brunt of cross-border shelling. And with that, let's now bring you a report. Is 9 targets that were on the radar of Indian forces yesterday. But there was one message, and it was very clear that India's overnight strike is not going to be random. It will be a precision strike, a surgical one. Lashkar's Markaz in Murdike and Jaish's base in Bahawalpur. Operation Sindoor hit the epicenters of terror. They were not just buildings. Here's the inside track on the handpicked terror hubs India demolished.
The terrorists who killed 26 tourists in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April belonged to an offshoot of Hafiz Saeed's Lashkar-e-Taiba. So when India decided to avenge the attack, one of the sites the forces struck was Muridke. But what's the significance? Located about 40 kilometers from Lahore, Muridke is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Called the Markaz-e-Taiba, the LET headquarter operates under the facade of a charitable organization called the Jamaat-ud-Dawa. The Markaz complex is the nerve center of the LET and operates as its ideological, logistical and operational base. Hundreds of volunteers recruited from Pakistan and Kashmir are brought here for training and planning terrorist operations. It is known as the terror nursery of Pakistan. Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab is the 12th largest city in the country, and more importantly, it is the base of the terror group Jaish-e-Mohammed, whose chief Masood Azhar is the mastermind behind the 26/11 terror attacks in Mumbai in 2008. The headquarters of JEM are in a complex called the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah. It is spread over 18 acres and serves as the terror group's hub for recruitment, fundraising and indoctrination. Masood Azhar is believed to be living in this heavily guarded complex, and that is why India targeted it. Make no mistake, the terror hubs targeted in Operation Sindoor were handpicked. India struck bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks were being planned and directed. A total of 9 sites were hit. The exact coordinates of the terrorist targets were provided by intelligence agencies. Indian forces chose these locations with the intent of targeting the top leadership of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. All 3 branches of the Indian Armed Forces, that is the Army, Navy and the Air Force, were involved in the precision strike. which is the first such operation since the 1971 war. Special precision munitions were used to target the terror camps in Pakistan and POK. According to reports, Rafale jets were armed with Scalp cruise missiles and Hammer precision-guided munitions. Each of the 9 sites selected for Operation Sindoor had a history of association with major terror plots and infiltration attempts directed at India. No Pakistani military facilities were hit, reflecting India's calibrated and non-escalatory approach. That India was going to retaliate over the Pahalgam attack was hardly a secret. But Operation Sindoor has put the emphasis purely on eliminating terror. India has told Pakistan not to escalate, but if they do, the overnight strikes could very well be only phase 1 of India's response to the Pahalgam attack.
Now, CNN News18's Rahul Shivshankar spoke to former Indian Army Chief General VP Malik, who served at the helm of the forces during the 1999 Kargil War, or India's decisive strike against terrorism and the road ahead on the national security front. Listen in.
Now, viewers, is this only the end of the beginning, so to speak? Let's get that question in with General VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. You were, of course, at the helm of affairs when India drove the intruders out of Kargil. But this is very, very different. The context is also very different. How would you evaluate, first of all, India's strike, this panoply of strikes, the packages that were used, and most importantly, do you believe that this is literally the end of the beginning, or is it not?
Good evening, Rahul. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
You know, this strike, there has been a paradigm shift from our earlier proactive actions that we took. The first proactive action, politically sanctioned, was when we carried out surgical strikes after the Uri attack by the terrorists. That was the first time that politically we were given the mandate to go ahead and strike their camps not very far away from the line of control. The second one was even slightly higher after Pulwama's incident that took place. And this time the Air Force went and struck the Balakot camp, which is not just in POK but in Punjab. And it hit the Daesh camp there. So this time, when we thought that Pakistani terrorists and their sponsors had crossed the red line, it had to be a much harsher response. And that is what happened this time. We started off with whole of the nation approach, in which we started off with diplomatic and economic activities. We stopped their water, and we told them that we are now suspending the Indus Water Treaty, which is a very major step that is being taken. It has been considered so many times earlier, but this step was never taken earlier. And this time, we had the courage to take that step. And of course, here I mean political courage that we had. The other thing, as far as the strike is concerned, now this time we have taken on all the camps of both Daesh as well as Lashkar, not only in POK, but also in Punjab. As you know, we have struck Bahawalpur, we have struck Muridke, which is close to Lahore, and we have also struck another camp in Sialkot. And we have used the newer weapons that are available with us, the technology that is available with the services. We have made full use of that. So there has been a paradigm shift in our handling this particular activity this time, or carrying out this retaliatory action as compared to the earlier ones. And this whole of the nation approach is still ongoing, let me say that. The Indus Water River has, we have already suspended it, and we can continue to block or let the water flow whenever we want. And also we can make full use of the river water that we had in mind. You know, there are so many hydropower projects that we have in mind to be able to make use of these river flows, particularly in J&K, I would say. So this time has been a paradigm shift. But the other part of your question, is it the beginning of the end? I'm not too sure. My own view is that although we have been able to hit the people and their camps of terrorists who are functioning under the armed forces, Pakistani army in particular, we have not hit the people who are giving them orders, the people who are sponsoring them. And these terrorists who have come on our side or who are camping that side, they are dispensable people, dispensable commodity as far as the Pakistan army is concerned. The other thing is that this time Pakistan army has been hit, at least their intention. People are now crying in Pakistan and asking what is the Pakistan army doing. So its image has been hit. And that probably was also one of our intention to do that. So with that image, with its image having been hit, I have a feeling that there will be a certain retaliatory action from their side. And we have to be prepared for that. And a good thing is that we are a much stronger power today, and we can dominate the escalation, and we can stop it or wherever we want to, that escalatory action activities.
So General Saab, are you saying that, okay, how would you assess the options that we considered this time and their deterrent capacity? Has it served as a deterrent, this option that we have considered?
Hopefully so. And, but I would not be very certain about it, frankly. I'm saying because after all, these people, the Jaish and the Lashkar and all, they are dispensable commodity as far as Pakistan army is concerned. If we had hit Pakistan army establishment and done something which lowers the image of the Pakistan army in Pakistan, then, you could have looked at it slightly differently. But the manner in which Pakistan army looks at these dispensable commodity under their control, I'm not too sure whether this is the last time that we will face the terrorist action from the other side.
Do you believe, General, that we should have actually also hit a range of military or deep state targets? If we really wanted to enforce deterrence on Pakistan, if we wanted to enforce, we should have broadened the scope?
Personally, I feel that we should have. It has not hit the Pakistani military directly. And unless, it hits Pakistan military and their leadership directly, they will probably wait for another opportunity to carry out this very cheap strike capability which is available with them.
So, General Malik, what really was the objective then behind this package of munitions and, of course, the wherewithal that they relied upon and the strategy that has been adopted? What do you think went through the military commanders' minds when they decided to adopt these options rather than a more broader option?
Look, I think, this should not be looked at only militarily. This is a really political activity, political aim, objective, which is what makes the army and armed forces follow a certain strategy and select the targets. Now, I think we want to bring down the image of Pakistan and isolate Pakistan, particularly its terrorist activities. It is, everybody knows that it is the hub of the terrorism in this part of the world, both internationally as well as in domestically also in Pakistan. The fact is that Pakistan today is suffering. It has been suffering politically, financially, we all understand that, and socially also. Punjabi Muslims are getting isolated within their own country. And Pakistan army also doesn't have the same kind of image that it had some years ago. So I think we were trying to lower the image, isolate Pakistan, both internationally. So probably that was what was in our mind. And that is why the diplomatic activity has been quite strong to isolate Pakistan.
Well, obviously a response from Pakistan will also depend on what they make of this particular action that India has taken. So if they assess it to be one that is anti-Islam, because they have said already in their statements, and this is not me, but this is what they have said in their statements, that mosques were destroyed and that we targeted their place of worship. Then they went on to say innocents were killed. So Muslims were targeted, innocent Muslims were targeted. Then they went on to say that these strikes were unprovoked, that India is playing aggressor. If one were to incorporate these assessments that Pakistan has made, then on the basis of that, how do you see them responding? Is it going to be like for like? Are they going to go after, for example, religious sites in India? Are they going to target civilians? What do you think?
I think for that, you have to understand the mindset of the Pakistani military leadership today. And we all understand, we all know that after the kind of speeches that Asim Munir has made recently, what kind of a mindset he has. He is a madrasa-educated person who believes in two-nation theory. The rest of Pakistan or rest of the world may not believe in it, but he does that. And he is also a radicalized Islamist. There is absolutely no doubt about it, the kind of speeches that he has been making lately. So when you look at that, I won't be surprised that they make another effort in this direction. And they may again target somewhere and try and divide Hindus, Muslims, as they have done in Pahalgam and elsewhere also. So this kind of terrorist strike, I won't rule it out. I'm not saying that it may happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I think for some time that deterrent will work. But then as long as people like Munir are in power and dominating not only the military but also the Pakistan polity, you should not rule out that kind of action from their side.
Three forces, one mission. In a show of unity, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force struck 9 terror targets across Pakistan and POK in a pre-dawn operation. Operation Sindoor was a statement. Here's how India brought precision and power together to avenge Pahalgam.
In the early hours of 7th May 2025, the Indian Armed Forces launched a historic joint military operation, Operation Sindoor. For the first time since the 1971 war, the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force struck together in unison, a powerful response to the brutal terror attack in Pahalgam. The operation, carried out at 1:44 a.m. according to the Indian Standard Time, involved the use of cutting-edge weaponry including Kamikaze drones, also known as loitering ammunitions, designed to crash into their target, carrying warheads of maximum precision. The strikes, which have taken place across 9 locations targeting terrorist camps and infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. These camps were linked to notorious terror outfits such as Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba, the masterminds behind numerous attacks on India in the past. Of the 9 locations targeted, 4 were inside Pakistan, while 5 were located in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The operation was meticulously planned with Rafale jets armed with Scalp missiles and hammer bombs, delivering devastating precision strikes. The operation has drawn a sharp response from Pakistan, with the military condemning the strikes as a blatant act of war. However, India's Ministry of Defence emphasized that the operation was aimed at neutralizing terror infrastructure, not military assets, underlying its carefully calibrated approach. The targets were selected with precision to neutralize key terror leaders and camps responsible for planning and executing deadly attacks against India. The Pahalgam tragedy, in which 26 innocent lives were lost, became the driving force behind this retaliation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi personally oversaw the operation and ensured the mission was executed with restraint. No Pakistani military installations were targeted, a decision made to avoid any broader military conflict. As the operation unfolded, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval briefed top global leaders, including the United States National Security Advisor. Operation Sindoor wasn't just a military response, it was a message to the world. India will strike back when provoked. The vengeance for Pahalgam has been served. This coordinated assault marks a significant moment in India's defense strategy, signaling to the world that India will continue to take strong action.
And so CNN News18's Anand Narasimhan spoke to former Army Chief General Bikram Singh on the message sent to Pakistan via Operation Sindoor and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's zero tolerance doctrine as far as terrorism is concerned. Listen.
Let's go straight across to someone who I have huge admiration for, the former Army Chief General Bikram Singh. Jai Hind, sir. This is Anand here. Thank you for making the time.
Anand. Jai Hind. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Your thoughts on Operation Sindoor and how Bharat has gone about it?
I think it's been launched in a very calculated manner. And right from the beginning, as the Honorable Prime Minister had announced, we have adopted a whole of government approach. We've dealt with Pakistan at the economic level, diplomatic, political, informational level, and now, of course, the military went in last night. And I think this operation definitely has assuaged the sufferings and I would say the emotional trauma that the families were suffering after the Pahalgam incident. As far as the message to the Pakistanis is concerned, I think the message has gone out loud and clear on the political front, on the military front, that of course the first political, that we shall not tolerate any nonsense. There is zero tolerance to terrorism, and that is the message that has gone across. And Honorable Prime Minister's old adage right from the beginning, कि घर में घुस के मारेंगे, he's proven that point. That has been done again by the Indian military. And of course, I would like to compliment our intelligence agencies and the military as well. The way they've gone about collecting intelligence, precision, precise intelligence, and the precision weaponry that has been employed by Air Force, by the Army to neutralize these 9 camps. So the message has gone out clear, and now only thing is that we got to wait and watch and see how Pakistan reacts to this now.
Would like to draw your attention to the PMO statement, the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan, their official statement. It has made a few claims. One, they have not said anything about terror tanzeems or their headquarters. They have blamed Bharat for targeting civilians, including children and women. Then they have said that they have also gunned down 5 of our aircraft. That's their claim, including aircraft and drones or UAVs. The third thing they've said is that the Pakistan government authorizes its military to take corresponding action.
Right,
and they have quoted Article 51 of the UNSC to say right to protect sovereignty and the right to respond at a time and place of their choosing.
Well, Anand, let's be very clear. After we have struck them, they are going to get into this kind of information campaign where they're going to mislead masses, mislead the international community, mislead their own people, and try and create a narrative that they have the moral ascendancy, whereas everyone knows what has happened, and this is expected of them. I mean, let's be very clear. For very long, they never accepted that they were actually carrying out. It has been the epicenter of terrorism. They never acknowledged it. But having known that, the world knows about it, and therefore, I don't think their claims are going to have any traction. People are not going to follow what they are saying. People know, they can see through. Today, there is a lot of transparency, as far as the media is concerned. People can gauge, people can make out. And we got our intelligence agencies to prove it wrong. So that is there. Otherwise, to be very honest with you, whether they claim under Article 51 or whatever it is, of course, they will try and do something. But to my way of thinking, it may not be a very high, I would say, echelon or empowered kind of a reaction. It is going to be there definitely because, after all, they require a face saver. The Pakistani military requires a face saver. They've got a bloody nose again, especially because of the people whom they have trained and nurtured against India. So, to my way of thinking, they will keep talking like this. They'll get into this kind of rhetoric and this kind of narratives they'll try and start off with. But we got to keep our guard up, to be very honest with you. And I think our actions are being taken at the right at the political level. I heard the discussion before this. The way we are going about, on the economic front, diplomatic front, on the political front, we are engaging with the international community in the regional context, in the international global context. And we are also trying to create a narrative and tell people that what exactly has happened. So from that point of view, I think we should be prepared for the escalation, which will occur, but it will be momentarily. It will be for a few days, maybe a month at best. Because beyond that, Pakistan does not have the war endurance capability. It does not have the war endurance. And therefore, I don't think they'll get into it. Though, of course, there are nations like Turkey that have, pledged, support to them. We've got to be cautious of China as well, but I don't think China will come into play. They understand that what Pakistanis have been doing in the past. Americans, I'll be very honest with you. In fact, why Americans? I would say every nation, whether in the regional context, immediate neighborhood, extended neighborhood, international arena, they are going to be governed by their own interests. So whether they get involved or not is going to be entirely contingent on their national interests. And I don't think people on their own is just going to land up in this and start supporting Pakistan. But yes, we have friends who are supporting us because we have suffered over the years.
General Sahab, tactically want to understand, BSF is on high alert, CAPF, all chuttis cancelled, border areas, states, their DGPs, their chief secretaries, there is an urgent meeting called by the Home Minister himself, pushing them into a state of preparedness. Instructions have been issued, not just with borders with the states and union territories, with borders with Pakistan, but also with Nepal. So somewhere there is a mock drills will happen this evening across 244 districts. There is a certain readiness in the mindset for a retaliation or a reprisal. But will it stop there, or do you believe the mood is that we will hit back harder? And somewhere in the briefing in the morning, there's been an indication to that. 21 target hai, abhi 9 ko target kiya hai.
Anand, the ball is in Pakistani court. Let's be very clear. Whether to escalate or not is contingent on their reaction, as to what level they react on, number one. Firstly, which you brought out regarding the repression that is ongoing at the moment, right at the level of state governments and where BSF, CRPF, everyone is involved. As I said earlier, it's the whole of government approach where right from a policeman to a soldier on top is going to be committed, is going to be involved. It's a national game plan where we are going to be involved to ensure that we give proper message to Pakistan in the right manner. So from that point of view, every agency is going to be involved. Rightly so, it has got to be done because we have gone in 100 kilometers at Bahawalpur. So if they try and do that, we have large number of our installations and our stations which are there in this range, which need to be guarded against, and we cannot be, lackadaisical in this regard. And I'm certain we are not. We already taken precautions. Our AD system is absolutely active at the moment. I don't think they'll be able to do anything. But nevertheless, while hoping for the best, we got to cater for the worst and be prepared to take on any incursions, any operations at the tactical level by Pakistan.
What does your Shatru Bodh say? What is the Dushman likely to do? Tactically, what are their options if you were to think from General Asim Munir's point of view?
I think he would refrain from getting into the IB sector. Though we have gone into the IB sector at 4 places into the international border, Awalpur, Muridke, and Sialkot, of course. But to my way of thinking, I feel that he will try and restrict it to the area opposite the line of control. I don't think he'll try and get into the IB, because the moment he gets into IB, he is going to suffer very badly.
So LOC mein, and what kind of tactical action is possible we should be gearing up for? How
it's
would you
already
anticipate?
The fire assaults are already on from both sides. We have the small arms, we got the mortars, artillery, missiles being used. It's already going on. And in addition, along with this, perhaps these border action teams, bat actions which they've been doing in the past, they try and actually co-opt the regulars along with the terrorists to carry out these on our line of control, our positions. We got to guard against that. And I personally feel that looking beyond the tactical arena, we got to start looking at the sleeper cells wherever they've been, you know, in the immediate neighborhood, like, for example, Nepal, Bangladesh, and the adjoining. So northeastern states, again, have got to be on the guard. We've got to be careful. And also in the hinterland, we've got to be careful. And I think today, let's be very clear, the entire nation has rallied behind our Honorable Prime Minister. The nation is together, it's united, all parties are united. That's an excellent, I would say, format at the moment in dealing with Pakistan. And it should continue that way. I'm certain that anything that Pakistan tries to do, he will get a bloody nose.
Do you believe Bharat is in a mood to go up the escalation ladder a little bit more? Some acreage will be shaved off the Pakistanis if they respond. Why do you feel कि ये 30 दिन तक खिंचेगा?
Anand, to my way of thinking, I feel it is all going to be now contingent on the reaction from Pakistan.
जी.
We are fully prepared. We are fully prepared. And the only thing is we'll wait and watch and see how he reacts. In what quantum, in what form he reacts. And thereafter our escalation would be. And should he go into the IB sector, as I said earlier, there'll be hell to pay for him. I can assure you this. Because our Air Force is not going to leave them. Our long-range precision weapon systems are not going to leave them. And let me tell you, the third service has not come into play. I don't think Munir, if he's going to use his brains and, I would say being pragmatic, he would not indulge in anything on the IB. He will resort to the LOC area. But never know the enemy. We got to, as I said earlier, hope for the best but cater for the worst.
But cater for the worst. My final question, how would you contrast 2019 to 2025? 2019, the Pakistanis came back with Operation Swift Retort post Sialkot. And that situation compared to now, how is it different?
You see, it's different in a way that, earlier, let's be very clear, in 2019, when we hit them hard, they were not expecting it. Because till then, we used to only, resort to operations along the line of control using our artillery and all that. At the artillery, some missiles, maybe long-range weapons. But we never went in for this kind of operations, line of control operations. So it was the first time that it happened. But now the depth has increased. Earlier, they were in the tactical range from the line of control. Now we have gone into the operational depth. And mind you, that is not only along the line of control, we've gone into the international border arena. So from that point of view, I think it's a depiction of our political resolve and the might of our military. That look, we have the power, we have the potential to take on the adversary.
Right.
We are not going to tolerate any nonsense hereafter.
Well, General Bikram Singh, thank you so much for your time and thank you for speaking with us. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Look forward to be able to speak with you again very soon, sir. Thank you. Jai Hind.
While CNN News 18 is bringing you voices from within the country, let's bring you some breaking inputs with regards to voices coming from outside as far as global consensus that is in India's favor very much after Operation Sindoor. We are learning that the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the United States is the latest one to have released a statement. It has gone on to say, and let me quote, that the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan are concerning. I support the Indian government's pursuit of justice against the attackers in Pahalgam, but I urge caution and respect for civilians on both sides. Well, that's the chairperson of the committee as far as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is concerned, and the chairperson is Jim Risch. And so he's, of course, gone on to extend his support to India, but also at the same time sending out a word of caution. Of course, also talking about how there should be justice against the attackers and Pahalgam, and that there should be respect for civilians on both sides. Important to highlight that this is another very crucial reaction coming in from the United States as far as the Senate Committee for Foreign Relations is concerned. It is a standing committee which is responsible for foreign relations as far as policy making is concerned. At the same time, it is also what releases foreign aid, even sale of arms and ammunition. At the same time, it looks into overseeing foreign aid programs. Does that now indicate that the US Senate Committee on Foreign Relations could wield some kind of influence when it comes to the foreign aid that is being extended extended to Pakistan from other global institutions like the IMF. We'll have to wait and watch, but that's a very significant reaction coming in from the US Committee Foreign Relations Chairperson Jim Risch, who's gone on to, in fact, also extend support to India. At the same time, it was just days ago that the US House Speaker Mike Johnson had also extended support to India. These are, remember, voices coming out from the US Congress that go on to indicate that the larger consensus within the US Congress, apart from the Trump administration, is standing steadfast with New Delhi. With that, more breaking inputs coming in as far as global reactions are concerned. Now, this one's coming from the United Kingdom, as we are learning that the Shadow Foreign Secretary from the UK, Preeti Patel, has also reacted to Operation Sindoor. Speaking in the House of Commons, she said, and let me quote, that we must stand with those affected by terrorism. The United Kingdom must work with our friends in India to tackle terrorist threats and engage with India, Pakistan and key partners in the region to de-escalate tensions and support peace, security and stability within a span of 1 week. Remember, this is the second time that Preeti Patel has reacted. Listen in.
Barbaric and savage act of violence. Most victims were killed at point-blank range by gunshots to their heads. My thoughts and prayers were with all those that are affected by this murderous, violent terrorism in Flagnum. This was an act of terrorism, and we must reflect on the fact that Flagnum has joined Mumbai, New Delhi and other places in India that will be forever scarred by an act of terror. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly a precarious moment, and we want to see tensions ease between India and Pakistan. We want to avoid a state-on-state military escalation. We're also clear that India has the right to take reasonable and proportionate steps to defend itself and to dismantle the vile terrorist infrastructure that has caused death and continues to threaten them. And we know that terrorists based in Pakistan threaten India and Western interests. It was the country that Osama bin Laden was hiding in. And because of the long history of violence inflicted by terrorists on India, the UK has in place long-standing security cooperation agreements with India. And in fact, last week in this House, I reminded the government of those long-standing security agreements, why they exist and why they should matter to us here in the UK. Given these links, the UK government should be at the forefront of working with our friends and allies to tackle the terrorist threats that we face collectively. While I know the Minister will not be able to speak about intelligence sharing between UK and India, can he at least confirm whether our intelligence and security services have been in contact with India about the incidents that took place and are supporting their investigations? Has the government provided any specific security assistance to India in the aftermath of the terrorist attack in Kashmir? Could Britain offer specific support that might help avert escalation? Does the Minister agree with the assessment made by India that the Resistance Front, who claim responsibility for the 22nd April attacks, are a front for Pakistan-based terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba? Lashkar-e-Taiba are a proscribed terrorist group who have a clear history of committing acts of terror against India and have reported links to Hamas, including reports that Hamas representatives had met with them earlier this year. Can the Minister confirm if the UK government is aware of any cooperation and links between Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hamas? I asked this of the Minister last week and he did not respond, so I'd welcome an answer on this important point today. And does the Minister know which terror groups are currently operating in Pakistan and their links to other terrorist groups that threaten our interests? Last week, the Minister said we are playing our role by trying to ensure that tensions do not escalate.
So this is the second time that Preeti Patel has spoken up in favour of India, reminding the United Kingdom of its strategic defence and partnership with India, but not just Preeti Patel. Just yesterday, there was also a reaction coming in support of New Delhi from the former UK Prime Minister, and that is Rishi Sunak. At the same time, UK's current Prime Minister Keir Starmer has very much engaged with Prime Minister Modi and has extended his support, as most of those voices coming out from Britain have not just condemned the Pahalgam terror attack but also supported Operation Sindoor of India. Meanwhile, what has been the geopolitical ramifications of Operation Sindoor? Let's try and find out. CNN News 18's Zaka Jacob spoke to strategic expert John Mearsheimer. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
Everyone's sort of scratching their heads and trying to figure out, A, will there be a response? B, what is the nature of that response? What may be the targets that the Pakistan Army could likely pick in terms of a retaliatory hit? Look, picking a military installation will have much wider ramifications. Then it means that, again, as Christine Fair was saying, then India is left with no off-ramp. It means that India will also have to climb the escalation ladder. Two things which stand out in the Indian statement. You heard from Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. You heard from the two military officers, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi, the two women officers who were chosen to announce this publicly to the world. The language that they used was very, very specific, that it was non-escalatory. India is not looking to escalate further. The targets were terror infrastructure and terror launch pads, not civilians, and also underlining the fact that the targets were not military installations. I guess the messaging to the Pakistani military is, if you want to retaliate, do not think of targeting military installations, do not think of escalating, and do not think of targeting civilians. These are there's a lot of fog of war happening right now. Let's try and make sense of that again by speaking to yet another very, very influential voice, somebody who's a familiar sight here on CNN News 18, one of the most noted American political scientists from the University of Chicago, Professor John Mearsheimer. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. Good morning to you in Chicago. It's evening here in New Delhi. I'm sure you're up to speed with the developments that we've had over the last 12 hours or so. India has had these very specific targeted strikes at 9 different locations inside both Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as Pakistan proper, Punjab, the heartland of Pakistan. What do you make of this Operation Sindoor, as it's known, to avenge the terrorist attack that happened in India a couple of weeks ago?
Well, it's hardly surprising that India retaliated. And I think the Indians, are walking a fine line here in that they want to send a clear message. They want to send a powerful message to Pakistan that this is unacceptable behavior. But at the same time, I think the Indians are committed to making sure that this doesn't escalate too far, because that would not be to India's advantage.
But the ball is really in Pakistan's court, and the fear here in India is Pakistan will escalate, and the Pakistan Army in particular. I was speaking to Christine Fair some time back, and she said there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp for the Pakistan Army, and therefore they will have to escalate.
It seems to me that the Pakistanis have to retaliate. The question is, what does that retaliation look like? And then what does India do? I mean, what we're talking about here is going up the escalation ladder. And if you're India and you go up the escalation ladder, the question is, will you have escalation dominance? In other words, as you go up different rungs of the ladder, does India end up prevailing, or is it basically a stalemate? Mm-hmm. And the argument I would make is that Pakistan has substantial military capability and they can retaliate in kind. And it's not clear to me that India can dominate until you get pretty far up the escalation ladder. I mean, there's no question that India has superior conventional forces, but you'd need major war before those superior conventional forces could be brought to bear. So it's not clear, as you're down on the lower rungs of the escalation ladder, that India has much of an advantage over Pakistan.
You don't subscribe to the idea of a limited war, a certainly sub-nuclear, even sub-conventional war, a limited war for a few days or weeks that could then eventually result in an off-ramp where both sides can take away something?
Well, that's a possibility for sure. But the problem that you then begin to run into is that if India's conventional superiority prevails, The Pakistanis may be tempted to use nuclear weapons to rectify the situation. This is not likely, but it is a possible or a plausible outcome. And if you're India, you want to avoid that. Furthermore, I don't think at this point in time it's in India's advantage to get involved in a conventional war with Pakistan.
Let me ask you this. Again, all of us are trying to figure out, make sense of what may likely be the Pakistani retaliation. And obviously, this is going to be determined in great measure by the current army chief, General Asim Munir. I'm sure you heard his comments a few weeks ago talking about how India and Pakistan and Hindus and Muslims are fundamentally two different people, never meant to live together, so on and so forth. If that's his thinking, is there a way you can sort of gaze into his head and try and gauge what kind of a response or what kind of a retaliation the head of the Pakistan army and his men could possibly, undertake?
My guess is that what Pakistan will do is try to retaliate in a way that looks like the equivalent of the Indian retaliation that just took place. And the Pakistanis will do everything they can not to go further up the escalation ladder, because there's no advantage to Pakistan of going up the escalation ladder. There's no question that they do not have escalation dominance. They, I think, have to retaliate against India. I'd be surprised, I'd be shocked if Pakistan doesn't respond at all. But if they do respond, I think they hope that that would be the last round. But then the question is, will it be the last round, or will India retaliate again? And then if they do retaliate again, what will Pakistan do? And this is the real danger of escalation.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it depends entirely on the nature of the response and the target of the retaliation. So let me sort of delve into that a bit. If it's a civilian target, surely India will have no choice but to retaliate further. Even if it's a military target, India will have no other choice but to retaliate further. When you said earlier that it'll be a target that is similar to what India hit today in Pakistan, the problem there is there are no terror camps here in India. So what does Pakistan hit?
Well, the question is, how many people do the Pakistanis kill? I think it doesn't matter that much whether it's civilians or military. I mean, as you know, the Pakistanis are shelling the Indian part of Kashmir, and a number of Indian civilians have already been killed. So that precedent has been established, the killing of civilians, that is. I think the question is just how big the attack is. If the Pakistanis were to attack in a way that made the Indian attack look like it was much weaker than the Pakistani attack, then the Indians would have very powerful incentives to really slam Pakistan. But if the Pakistanis retaliate in kind, it's a similar retaliation in terms of the number of casualties, the scope of the target set, and so forth and so on, then the incentives for India to retaliate again are not so great. But I don't see an obvious off-ramp unless somebody comes in and can help put pressure on both sides to shut this one down.
It's interesting you say that, in the Pakistani calculus, if they are able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public, if the Pakistani army is able to demonstrate to the Pakistani public that they have hit as many targets or they have hit as many individuals as India has done, then that should suffice. Of course, the ceasefire violations are happening at the line of control and have been in a very intense way over the last 12, 14 hours or so since the announcement of this Operation Sindoor. The Indian Army has confirmed that 15 people have died. The concern and the fear here in India, and I guess part of it is built into India's strategic calculus, is if it's ceasefire violations, if it is fatalities at the line of control, that is something that is factored in India's strategic calculus. But if Pakistan starts scrambling its jets and wants to hit targets outside of Kashmir, then that puts India again in a position where it has to again match retaliation for retaliation. Would that possibly be a window of opportunity for both sides to try and find the elusive off-ramp?
I think it would be an incentive to do exactly that. as I said, I don't think Pakistan has any interest in going up the escalation ladder. I do think they have to retaliate. But if you go up the escalation ladder, they can't beat the Indians at any point. And the further up the escalation ladder you go, the greater the disadvantage that Pakistan is at. At the same time, I don't think India has a vested interest in going up the escalation ladder either, because they have to go far up before they dominate. And a major war, even a limited conventional war, I don't think is in India's interest at this point in time.
So let me come to the international community and their response. Obviously, President Trump has spoken about what happened last night. Secretary Rubio has spoken to the National Security Advisor here. He's tweeted saying he wants to see a quick and hopefully peaceful resolution very soon. Do you think the Trump administration, the Americans have leverage with Pakistan to get the Pakistani army and the Pakistani army chief, General Munir, to back off and not retaliate?
I don't think the United States has as much leverage as it once had. I mean, you can see the U.S.-China competition playing itself out in terms of the India-Pakistan competition. I think Pakistan is much closer to China today than it has been in the past. And India is moving closer to the United States. So you are reaching a point where you have the United States and India on one side and China and Pakistan on the other side. And this presents problems for India because India has a deep-seated interest in keeping its competition with China at a low level. And if India gets involved in a serious way with Pakistan and the Chinese come in on the side of the Pakistanis, I'm not talking about them coming in militarily, but I'm talking about them coming in diplomatically and putting great pressure on India to shut the war down. This is not in India's interest. So I think from now on out, including what's going on today, it's quite clear that the U.S.-China competition and the India-China competition is superimposed on the India-Pakistan conflict.
I just want to explore that thought a little bit, because if you're saying basically that the India-Pakistan, situation, the India-Pakistan escalation is basically a proxy for the big power competition, the great power competition that's going on between the United States and China, isn't that even more of an incentive for the Trump administration to come in on the side of India, visibly do so, and try and de-escalate the situation?
Yeah, I think that the Trump administration, from a strategic point of view, has a vested interest in siding with India, but at the same time going to great lengths to make sure that this does not escalate. It's not in the Americans' interest to see this war escalate. By the way, it's not in China's interest as well. I think if anything, both the Chinese and the Americans and even the Russians will all go to great lengths to try and prevent this war from escalating. So I think, again, as we were saying, I don't see great incentives on the part of Pakistan or on the part of India to escalate further once Pakistan retaliates. But at the same time, I don't see any great incentive to allow this escalation on the part of the three great powers in the system, China, Russia.
You talked about China, and I'm curious to know, obviously China has leverage with Pakistan, influence with Pakistan to try and get it to de-escalate. The question is, does it have the inclination? Does it want to get in here and ask Pakistan to stand down?
Well, I think that China has a vested interest in seeing India pinned down in Pakistan. The Chinese have 2 points of potential conflict with India. One is the line of control, the border between the two countries, and the other is the Indian Ocean. And from a Chinese point of view, the more deeply involved India is in Pakistan, the less able it is to deal with the line of control and the Indian Ocean. So there's no question that China has a vested interest in tensions remaining in place between Pakistan and India. But whether or not China wants a war between India and Pakistan is another matter. And on that count, I think the Chinese at this point in time certainly do not have an interest in seeing this present conflict escalate. So I think they'll be a force for moderation.
I just want one more question on the Trump administration. And Trump has famously said he's an anti-war president. He said repeatedly on the campaign that, you know, in his first term, no war started. And his number one foreign policy priority is to put an end to the Ukraine war, put an end to what's happening in Israel and Gaza. Would he want to see a third war started on his watch?
Well, this would not be a war that directly involved the United States. I think when Trump talks about the fact that he's not interested in any more wars, he's mainly talking about any more wars that involve direct.
Viewers, remember the date because the subcontinent has changed. I think forever. In the dead of the night, when silence speaks, a cocktail of lethal Indian precision munitions hovered ominously over Pakistan's skies. Each of the scalp and hammer bombs locked in on their unsuspecting quarry. Within seconds of the strike, and those are the pictures, viewers. Within seconds of the strikes, pictures of the resultant destruction were relayed back to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in real time, who was awaiting word at a command center. Modi was hoping to inflict, as he said, quote, unimaginable punishment, unquote, upon the Pakistan-sponsored plotters of Pahalgam. And the real-time video feed he was scrutinizing, Operation Sindoor, did not disappoint him. Perhaps the military action was divined to succeed. For Sindoor is the vermilion red powder that many traditional Indian women wear on their hair parting, only to remove it if they become widowed. And since in Pahalgam several women were widowed, Operation Sindoor's name was powerfully prescient. In a span of 30 minutes, yes, just 30 minutes, or even less actually, if you really go by the second, 9 terror havens, some in Pakistan's beating heart of Punjab, were reduced to rubble. Several top terrorist masterminds lay dead or critically injured. That wretched Masood Azhar, he's crying like a baby today. Viewers, I'm not the type of person who likes to talk in terms of vengeance, but it certainly would have made at least a few people feel that there was a God up there. Half his family has been vaporized. He's feeling the pain that he's inflicted on thousands of Indians. Pakistan Army's pride was mashed into the ground, its image was in tatters, and its cadre was shocked and awed. What a come down for Pakistan. All those unhinged rants, those mad threats, that braggadocio called out by the quiet, steely resolve of Modi and the Indian military. Perhaps, viewers, most importantly, the Indian military. 9 hours later, India, clearly having scored big, briefed the world. And viewers, they scrubbed out any jingoism, any triumphalism, because we are a mature democracy and we are led by mature leaders. Instead, we gave a very legalistic account, viewers, a very legalistic account of what transpired between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Listen.
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
Measured, responsible, non-escalatory, and proportionate. In fitting symbolism, 2 women officers of the Indian Armed Forces briefed the world. They took turns in laying out how Operation Sindoor targeted major terror strongholds linked to groups such as the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and Hizbul Mujahideen. Key sites included Bahawalpur, and that's one of the officers on your screens, viewers. Meticulously, they explain the rationale. Why Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarter, was struck. Muridke, the Lashkar headquarter, was struck. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Sialkot, Gulpur, Bhimber Gali, Bagh, and Chakamru. All of them, viewers, were picked because they are the repositories of a obscurantism that has been bleeding India over the decades. Each of these sites, viewers, have at one point or the other tutored terrorists, including Ajmal Kasur, to come across and wreak havoc on Indian soil. Each was chosen for a reason. Too many to list here. But what can be said is that this was the first time since 1971 that India had struck this deep in Pakistan. In the annals of modern military history, India's Operation Sindoor arguably marks a watershed moment, and that's why I'm telling you, viewers, tonight. The military history of the subcontinent has changed, and perhaps with that, the subcontinent itself has changed. It has been blessed, this entire architecture of disruption has been blessed by Prime Minister Modi, but scripted by Ajit Doval. Let me linger a little bit longer on the role of these 2 men. Our Prime Minister, and we are lucky to be led by his steady, experienced hand, has never ever jeopardized India's case through loose talk. Even in Bihar, he was measured, never once naming Pakistan, never once had he appeared ruffled, anxious, or even in a hurry. Many have acted in haste in the past and made India repent at leisure, but not Prime Minister Modi. He, in fact, has steadily raised the stakes against Pakistan without, of course, allowing India to become hyphenated with it. And today was a classic example when Prime Minister Modi spoke about India's giant space ambitions in the only commentary he gave in public today. He talked about Viksit Bharat and about propelling India into a higher orbit, into leading humanity to the frontiers of innovation. He talked all of this when everyone thought he would talk about the military strike and would be triumphal. No, viewers, he completely has blanked it. And don't forget the role Ajit Doval has played. He might be a quiet operator, viewers, but he has proven that he has a very firm hand, a grasp on what to strike, how much force to deploy, when to go in. This would not have been possible without his contribution. And let me also tell you, viewers, without the contribution of the very tactically accomplished minds that lead us and protect us in our forces. This was not just a whole of government, but a comprehensive package unleashed on Pakistan. Let me begin by asking some basic questions, and I want to go straight across to General Pandey, who has till very recently served at that frontier. General Bakshi is also here with us, and General Bakshi and General Pandey have been up, I can tell you, with all of us viewers since 2 in the morning. Since 2 in the morning, viewers, we've been keeping a hawk eye, and I have to say that none of them was given to jingoism, just clear assessment. So congratulations to all of us as a nation tonight, viewers, because we've executed a clinical action which has actually only upheld our best democratic, inclusive credentials. General Pandey, how do you see the military operation? Clearly, the Pakistani air defensive have flopped miserably. Could you assess the strike and the targets? Why were these targets chosen? Why didn't Pakistan get its act together? I'm not saying that it should. I'm delighted that it didn't. But it talks so much.
So let me just quickly come out for a few points which need mention here. In last few decades or for some time in my memory, possibly this is the first time besides the Americans and the Israelis, such kind of a strike has been carried out with specific intelligence from kinetic force without actually going that very deep. If you're watching what is happening into Houthis, so the NATO combined have carried out certain degree of action, but at least in the region here, besides the modern countries or NATO, nobody else has carried out such a strike. So that's a very, very major shift. And coming to a very possibly symbolic lower level, when two women officers are carrying out as a spokesperson, I have never seen my last about 40 years of military service, that such kind of a representation to brief military operations have been given into hands of two colonel equivalent and a lieutenant colonel equivalent lady officers. So a very great messaging to the world that we have possibly arrived at the high table to actually bat along with the world's most powerful nations. The second is, the issue was the distinction which was required to be mentioned not in public. We kept on talking of terrorist. We never talked of military or Pak military facet. So a kinetic force going to punish the terrorist, but however non-kinetic force in terms of IWT being applied to the government of Pakistan. So it's a very mature separation of application of to apply will, to manage and manipulate the will of a competitor or an enemy state or the ones who don't want. So similarly, in the line of selection of targets, very important is that there are three verticals which carry out operations against India: the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and HM. All three headquarters have been hit, right? The second is, more importantly than this, the safe haven which the Pak establishment gave to Osama bin Laden in the proximity of Abbottabad, thinking nobody is going to reach out here, was given at Bahawalpur, about 80 kilometers deep inside, and we did not have weapon platforms earlier to deliver punishment there. And in Muridke, which is quite close to Lahore, in a populated environment, to hit out at the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, both global headquarters of radicalization, training terrorists who are hardcore terrorists who carry out suicide bombing. They are sent across with a mission to die for the cause of religion, for the cause of Pakistan establishment, not technically for the cause of Kashmir. So I think this selection of the strike points is a great statement given out to the world as well, that Pakistan establishment harbors, trains, looks after these elements. And if you don't if you don't change the behavior of Pakistani establishment and designate them terrorist state, we can do it for you. And that is the message at the global level or the world stage which is being sent across. So I think the selection of, I am very sure, very deep thought for each and every targeting has been done. Also connecting them, each launch pad or each location from where in last few years, something has been perpetuated in terms of either in 2001 or later on in variety of events. So this marking is quite excellent planning which has been done by those people who have the powers be to select these targets and apply the pressure and hit them there. So wonderful, and most importantly, and I think there's a narrative which is going on at the world stage, even within our own country. Unfortunately, there are people who start talking of, there was a religious symbol there. Masjid ko, I just want to very quickly go back. When as a co-commander is an operation for first time in Sopot, in Shopian, which is happening, there are 5 terrorists which are hiding in a masjid. My only order to the GOC and the CO on the ground and to the public which was with me at that point of time was, the moment you occupy a masjid with weapon and equipment, it becomes a place for target. Right. We did the operation, we handed over to the people. So message should go back. Well, there is no place on earth where you can hide. It may be a religious place, or it may be a fortress, or it may be somewhere under the ground.
Okay, those pictures on your screens, viewers, the before and after of that Bahawalpur headquarters, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, there you can see it. It's been completely wrecked. Now, General Bakshi, could you please answer the question that everyone is asking? I just got a call, in fact, from my daughter just about 20 minutes back saying, will Pakistan retaliate? If they do, where will they hit? What is their target? We've hit terror targets. What is Pakistan going to hit? We don't have terror camps or terrorist infrastructure on our soil. Or is it that if you listen to what the defense minister has said today of Pakistan, is Pakistan already being conciliatory? I want to understand from you, sir.
Look, Rahul, the simple fact is that we have pulled off an absolute beautiful job, right? A professional job to the core. We have achieved surprise despite the early warning to the enemy, open declaration of intent. We have penetrated the enemy air defenses. The Pakistani Prime Minister said 75 to 80 Indian jets were involved. What were their radars, Chinese radars, doing? They failed them like they had failed them during the Iranian missile strike, right? The Chinese radars have failed them again. We have hit 9 targets, 5 in POK. We have hit 4 in Pakistan proper, including the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as also the Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters. We have chosen visible targets, not one in the deep woods, where you have the jungle mein mor nacha kisi ne na dekha. It's now there for the whole world to see, for every Pakistani to see. They have been hit, they have been blasted to smithereens, right? Now the point coming to your question, what can Pakistan do? The matrix of response options, purely from the theoretical point of view, is as follows. Missile strikes by his series of either M10, M11s, the Shaheen, Abdali, etc., etc. He has a whole lot of these Cartoon Network kind of names of Islamic warriors. So, missile strikes, air strikes. What kind of targets? If he chooses military targets, if he chooses dams, if he chooses major population centers, this is precisely the rationale to escalate that we are looking for, right? So far, we confined ourselves to a proportionate, just, limited response. We hit only terror targets. Should Pakistan hit any military or civilian target of consequence, all gloves are off. Then we will go for the Pakistan armed forces. And the real caboodle, the terror ecosystem in Pakistan, is not headed by the terrorists. They are the minions. They are the expendable cannon fodder. It is the Pakistani army, ISI, deep state complex that must be hit if we want results that are deterrent enough, right? Deterrence by punishment. If you want to hit that, you have to get at the Pakistan army. The world won't allow you to do it in the first go. If Pakistan obliges you by escalating, getting to the forces level, then we have a free hand to hit back in kind and a justification before the world.
Okay.
Right? So he can do missile strikes, he can do air strikes, he can do fire assaults across the line of control, limited operations to take chunks of territory. That is the matrix of response options by Pakistan. What will he do?
That's
what
the question.
will he choose?
Yeah.
Let me now get to that. You see, will he do nothing? We are hearing conciliatory noises. Are they not there to deceive you? We also gave them noises that it will take us 6-8 months. And thank you for giving me that opportunity, right? We also gave them the conciliatory noises. We are not doing it right now. Oh, it will take a long time. Don't worry. And it came the next day, right? So, is he giving you deception? Can Asim Munir hope not to strike? He will be kaput.
Okay.
His life will be at stake. Rahul, let me be very clear. He has to do something. Now, in game theory, when you war game options, then you say the option to your escalation level, one up the escalation ladder, is to either give a weak response or a strong response. If you want to de-escalate, then you end up trying to give a weak sort of response, what is called tokenism. Like the kind he did in Sialkot. Khali bloody area of bushes, he bombed and claimed that he had hit an ammunition dump, he'd hit a headquarter, this, that and the rest of it. That is the so-called Dullat and the Pakistan DG ISI chief, they wrote a book together, to suggest this comedy.
Okay.
Right? It is to just get the public pressure off your back. So he will do something. What he chooses, he'll have to think carefully. If he chooses to escalate in a major way,
now
it gives us the rationale, the justification to go for the Pakistani armed forces, which should be the real target if we want deterrence by punishment.
So let me bring in Air Marshal Kapoor, and you've been awake also, Air Marshal, along with Sushant Serene from 3 in the morning. I know this. So I have to ask you this. We have the S-400s, we have air superiority in the event of a Pak air attack. How effective will we be in countering any misadventure? Let's put it like that.
The exercise which has started in the Rajasthan sector, in the SWAC headquarters around Rajasthan sector, I covered on your channel also. Each inch of Pakistani Punjab is heavily defended, both by air defense and on ground, because this is where all their assets are, and this is where everything which is controlled in that country is held. Pakistani Punjab, every inch, square inch, is covered and blanketed by their air defense system. But beyond that, towards Sindh and towards Balochistan, is not as well defended. They know their weakness. The Navy is already there on this side. Now, like General Bakshi said, they will certainly come. They have no choice but to retaliate. Now, when it would be, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, maybe after 3 days, maybe after 7 days, nobody knows. They would also be working. They have to play to the masses. Now, what action would they be taking is the thing which we are discussing. They may like to come across, and or they may use the standoff weapons like we did from their side and fire.
No, the question is more specific. How can we thwart them?
Yes.
What do we? What is the panoply of systems we have?
Exercise is on. So our aircrafts are already deployed all along from Gujarat to Rajasthan sector, and we have heavy defenses along with S-400s and our air defense equipment positioned along our J&K and Punjab sector. So the things would be churning out the maximum now, because we expect a retaliation, and we have enough capabilities at all levels to detect and destroy the attack if it comes through.
Sushant Serene, Lahore is the cradle of Pakistan's elite. Pakistan's elite, and just about 30 kilometers from there, they've felt the ripples already. Obviously, they're not going to be sleeping very well tonight. How deep a psychological scar is this when you go quite fairly close to this patrician set in Pakistan that has, quite frankly, in 2 generations not felt insecure from across the border. Let's just put it very frankly. So I have to ask you this. And secondly, I must ask you, what is the pressure that is likely to now mount on the military in Pakistan?
So, Rahul, one, on how well they will sleep or not sleep, I would imagine that they can sleep well depending on whether they have decided that they're going to up the ante and launch any kind of an attack on India. Because I think from the Indian side, it's been made very clear that we've done what we had to do, and there is no such indication that we intend to keep following it up at this point in time. Maybe if there was another terror attack from Pakistan side, yes, this is now clearly an established option that this is what we are going to exercise. But other than that, I don't see any government in India which is very interested in getting into an unnecessary escalatory spiral. And I say unnecessary escalatory spiral advisedly. Because if the Pakistanis were to escalate and to attack any population center or a military target, then of course there will be necessary escalation on the Indian part. And then of course everything is up for grabs, right? So I would imagine that if there is no intention on the Pakistani side to do anything beyond what has already happened, then I think they can sleep in peace. But let's also, I would imagine that while I don't disagree entirely with what my colleagues earlier have said about what the Pakistanis may or may not do, but I feel that if the Pakistanis do not want to get into that escalatory spiral, then they have probably prepared enough sufficient ground for themselves to claim a victory. Okay, and it becomes a kind of a win-win, and it gives a kind of a, you can say, an off-ramp to both sides until the next time. So there is that possibility, because once you go up the escalatory spiral, then what is going to be your off-ramp? At what point of time does the people around the world come in? How do they pull the two sides aside? Or do the two sides continue to go into an action-reaction cycle until it reaches a full-scale war? And for all you know, that if we do something, if the Pakis do something, we retaliate, the Pakis might do something else to try and pull some kind of a surprise on us. I don't think those are possibilities that we can rule out. Please remember that you have a regime in Pakistan which, you know, has the ability to spin the narrative in a way that it can proclaim victory and walk away from going up the escalation ladder. Alternatively, it could feel that it needs to really establish its credentials, and Asim Munir needs to emerge as the Napoleon of Pakistan, although Napoleon actually finally lost everything later on because he overplayed his hand. So maybe Asim Munir would do well to remember that. Or any of the other German generals they keep talking about, all of them finally had to commit suicide or were killed. So I think that would depend on what their calculation is. I don't think the civilian government really counts for much, unless we've heard, of course, some statements coming out of the civilians. Now, obviously, they've been put up to it. Now, whether that is deception, as General Bakshi is suggesting, or whether that is some kind of a signaling, okay, fine, if the Indians are not going up the escalation ladder and the Indians are stepping aside, then fine, you know, maybe we can also take that off ramp. But look, let's also be very clear about another thing. You know, as far as the Pakistanis are concerned, when they talk about going up the escalation ladder, they also have to take into account how far are they willing to go for it.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's going to prove to be extremely expensive for them. I'm not quite sure if they're actually interested in going for a full-fledged war. But if they are going to go up that escalation ladder, then that the possibility of a full-fledged war cannot entirely be ruled out. Only thing I would caution everybody is that don't think that there are going to be very many rungs before you enter into a war-like scenario. Maybe 2, maybe 3 at best, if we are lucky. it could happen even earlier. So I don't think those possibilities can entirely be ruled out. So let's keep our powder dry and let's see what's going to come from that side.
Okay. Well, Sushant Srin, I'll let you go. But I want to now bring in Tilak Deveshwar on this important subject tonight. And Tilak Deveshwar, look, the audacity of India's Operation Sindoor, many are saying, rewrites the rules of retaliation between nuclear armed states. They say that in a nuclear dyad like India and Pakistan, conventional wisdom has long held that direct military responses to provocations risks, like all of us have been talking about, uncontrollable escalation. Now, this, because we're also convinced of this Cold War era dictum, many Indian leaders before Prime Minister Modi sort of turned the other cheek after being sort of mauled by Pakistani-based terror proxies. But obviously Narendra Modi hasn't, and from the post-Uri surgical strikes to Operation Sindoor now, Modi has become adept at turning, to put it crudely, terror launch pads into tombstones. So I have to ask you this, because have we been able to now call Pakistan's nuclear bluff? And without that, with all sub-nuclear conventional options available, do you think the Pakistanis are going to engage in a tit for tat? Let's just put it quite openly there.
So, two things, Rahul. First, this is the third time we've done it. We did it in Uri, we did it in Sialkot, and we have demonstrated again that there is space under the nuclear overhang for a conventional response to terrorism. And we have established this, that in interstate relationship, there is no place for terrorism. And if Pakistan does indulge in terrorism, the consequences they will have to face. So I think this is one important doctrinal change that this government has established as far as Pakistan is concerned. Now, the other thing which we were discussing earlier about Pakistan's response, and will Pakistan do the same thing? I firmly believe that Pakistan has no option but to retaliate. For the sake of their own population. After all, the Pakistan army has a larger-than-life presence, so they think they have, or they had. They no longer do, but they don't seem to realize that they no longer have that kind of a dominant role in Pakistan that they had earlier. But to preserve whatever little is left, they will have to respond. Their dilemma is that what do they respond to? There are no terror training camps in India. So either they target civilians or they target military. In both cases, there is going to be a response. Or they drop their ammunition in the Rajasthan desert, it hurts nobody, and you can say the fall of the crisis. But here is the crucial part. What India has done with the Indus Water Treaty, holding it in abeyance, and Pakistan will insist that you go back to status quo ante. And I think the government is determined not to allow that. I think the recent statements that the Prime Minister made, that how was our water allowed to be used and we will not allow this, and the kind of changes we propose making, even in the western rivers, show that this is going to be a long-term planning for India to make sure that the impact on Pakistan's agriculture and food security is extremely severe. So this does not give Pakistan an off-ramp, even if they don't want to go up the escalatory ladder on the kinetic side. What do they do with this issue which India has raised about the Indus Water Treaty being held in abeyance? This, I think, for the long term, is the most crucial blow that India has initiated against Pakistan. The results may not be available straight away, but the results will certainly be there as we go down. For example, the Kharif sowing crop season is going to begin in May. If they don't have adequate water, what do they do?
We're going to put on those shots, viewers. Those really matter. All these graphics don't really matter. Look at the before and after, viewers. Look at the before and after. Murit Ke, Bahawalpur, etc. And I want to bring in two gentlemen now, Zorawar Daulat Singh and General Bakshi. Zorawar Daulat Singh, off-ramp. What is the off-ramp for Pakistan? because we are now only assessing what they're going to do next. We've done what we had to do. We've shown them what we are capable of doing. We've made a distinction between the Pakistani state and the non-state actors. And it's been a very legalistic argument that we have put forward. So they've already claimed they've knocked down some of our planes, this, that, the other, the regular shenanigans. So what is their off-ramp? And can General Munir galvanize the forces behind him? There are sectarian, there are also, and we know this, tribal fault lines in that country. They run quite deep. And he's been copying a lot of criticism. I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah.
In any kind of crisis, the adversary is going to have a vote. Now, we are facing three different audiences as we have approached our response to the Pahalgam terror strike. The first is domestically, it was absolutely necessary to showcase that we have responses to terrorism that are kinetic and calibrated. We also were looking towards the international community, particularly the most powerful players like United States, China, Western Europe, who have enormous influence with Pakistan and its army, that we are responsibly dealing with terror in a kinetic fashion and yet are not going to ramp it up to a level that will destabilize the regional security situation. But the third audience, which is the most important for us if we want to reestablish deterrence, is the Pakistan army. Now, the Pakistan army does not distinguish between non-state actors, state actors. Their sovereignty, as they see it, has been violated with this airstrike, which has taken out important symbolic targets, their cultivated assets. Now, they have been embarrassed as from their domestic polity. Now, if they are seeking to, they have two different approaches to how they will de-escalate the situation. They can escalate to de-escalate, or they can take an off-ramp the way you have international players today who are advising counsel and restraint to both sides. If they were to scale up and truly put the ball back in India's court, because if you recall, we've had previous conversations, the tokenism of these one-off strikes and, you call it quits, it can reach a situation where now you have to, if you open the Pandora's box, are you willing to go all the way? When I mean all the way means you've got to be able to go up several notches to de-escalate the situation. Or you're going to eventually leave the adversary emboldened for the next round after 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, when the next major terror strike comes. So I would say Indian policymakers are also evaluating this matrix that they operate in, which have enormous amounts of constraints inbuilt into this military balance. And I think what this crisis shows is that you have to employ other comprehensive tools, which has been done. You have compromised the potential longevity of Pakistan's water security. You're talking of the fault lines. I think when you put that entire picture together, that's what I think puts pressure on the Pakistani elite and the Pakistan army. Because conventionally, and I'm going to be very frank here for the Indian audience, conventionally at the high-tech level in a limited conflict, intensive vertical escalation, the Pakistan army believes it can face the Indian military eyeball to eyeball in this compressed time frame that we're talking about. Now, we would love to go up the escalation ladder and truly impose our superiority. Do we have time for that? I don't believe the modern technological environment, the international situation allows for that. So we have to use beyond conventional military power to reorient the calculus of Rawalpindi. If they see that these guys are not going to stop here, I don't mean by more rounds of brinksmanship. I mean, are they serious about a strategy of containment? If India is going to pursue a policy of containment towards Pakistan, then you have an opportunity to change the calculus of the Pakistani military.
Okay.
But if not, you are actually going to leave them emboldened for the next crisis.
That's an interesting thesis. General Bakshi, could India be readying other kinetic options? Yeah. Could that be something that we've not looked at? Because, the idea was, and I want to ask you, be honest tonight. have we failed, perhaps, to take this opportunity to restore deterrence?
Look, the simple fact is, if you repeat what you did in Balakot, a one-stop escalation ladder, you hit, Pakistan retaliate.
No, General Saab, I'm asking you about this particular strike, this panoply of strikes. Will this restore deterrence?
No. No, that's precisely what I'm saying. Why you do things with a particular aim. The aim, as you very clearly have articulated, is to restore deterrence. You do not restore deterrence if you give an off-ramp, he doesn't take it, he goes to the next step, and you are now looking for a way out. You will have to stay the course. Like Daulat very rightly said, 2 to 3 steps up the escalation ladder, or your credibility with the Pakistan army will go further down. He threatened a lot, he did very little. Right? He did very little. And hitting the terrorists, let me tell you, they are expendable. They are totally expendable.
So are you saying we should go up? We should have gone up. This should have been a broader strike. Are you saying that we should have hit a couple of Pakistani military installations? What are you saying exactly? I have to understand this.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying we started off very well.
Okay.
The first strike has to be calibrated so that it is in the digestion level of the rest of the world. You have a very just cause image of a proportionate response.
Okay.
You give him an off-ramp. He doesn't take it. He doesn't take it. Now you have to be ready for step 2 and step 3. You got me.
I got you.
When you give him an off-ramp, immediately after...
So the off-ramp is, look, we've only gone after, so just correct me if I'm wrong, General Saab, the off-ramp is, we've gone after just your terrorists and your terrorist infrastructure, the non-state actors, as you call them, people who are working beyond the pale of the state, uncontrolled by you. We've done you a favor. Accept the favor, look the other way, say, yes, these people, they were a problem for everybody. Thank you. Or make a couple of noises and say, look, yes, we downed a couple of your crafts, this, that, the other, it's all over and done with. That's what you're saying, fundamentally.
That is exactly what I'm saying. So we have done the right thing in giving them an off-ramp after move 1, right? After move 1. It's very difficult for Asim Munir to swallow it. I totally agree with Mr. Daveshar. Totally agree. It is his existence at stake, man. It is, he will be lynched.
So let me...
He's not very popular with the Pakistan army.
Let me bring Air Marshal.
He will escalate 1 and then what do you do?
Okay, Air Marshal, this is it. He's got the ramp. Will he take it?
See, the difference between the previous attacks and this is a precision strike. And it is at not one place. Uri and Balakot were a single target that was being taken out. Here we have put across a list of 21 targets. It's not that the word has not been told that this is not the 9. We chose this 9, but we have information. The next thing from Israel-Hamas war and Russia-Ukraine war that has come is the use of satellites and precision strikes.
Right.
This is an indication to Murid K, which is just touching Lahore, and Bahawalpur, which must have been so well guarded. This is an indication by the strike by our troops in the forces is that we exactly know how to take out things. We exactly are in a position to take out the specific target if we so desire. In my opinion, this is another message that we are wanting to send.
Okay, I have 3 minutes precisely. I'm going to divide them between Mr. Deveshar and, of course, Mr. Daulat Singh very quickly. Very visible strikes, these ones. Tilak Deveshar, very visible. Makes this arrogant general in Pakistan look very weak. Would you agree? And therefore, his pride is on the line and he wants to do something. Or will he suck it in? And that's the question that maybe Zorawar Daulat Singh can answer. Yes.
No, it is very visible for a specific reason. That after Balakot, they said only a crow and a few trees were hit.
True.
This time, the Pakistani public knows that despite investing so much of money in their armed forces, they could not prevent these strikes across the board, right from POK, right down into the heart of Punjab.
So is he too,
into Bahawalpur and Gurishkhet.
egotistical to back off now? Or
He can't. He's on a tiger.
Okay.
He can't get off the tiger.
He can't get off. Daulat Singh, he can't get off? Or is there elbow room?
See, they are obliged in their own framework to respond, but the precise nature of the response is very much in their control. They can choose to do it in a fashion that de-escalates the situation and calms it down, or they could place the onus back to the Indian military forces and the political leadership if they really want to sort of up the ante. So let's just see the ingredients of that response. But from an Indian perspective, you surely can't be preparing and hoping that they are just going to sort of take the off-ramp and walk away. Because what if they call your bluff and say, are you guys ready for that level 2, 3, 4? And if you are found wanting, then I'm afraid this particular duel can be considered to have been lost from the point of view of deterrence. It still has attained certain international objectives and domestic audience objectives, but we are trying to change the calculus of the Pakistan Army. So we're going to have to wait and see for the next several days.
Okay, let's go across now to General VP Malik. I'm going to ask him the same question. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you and good evening and best of luck. Let's just hope that we pull through this and we pull through this with aplomb. VP Malik, I'm just going to go straight across to the General now and ask him the same question. Have we done enough to deter Pakistan? Let's go straight across. Yes. Now, viewers, is this only the end of the beginning, so to speak? Let's get that question in with General VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, sir, so much for joining us. You were, of course, at the helm of affairs when India drove the intruders out of Kargil. But this is very, very different. The context is also very different. How would you evaluate, first of all, India's strike, this panoply of strikes, the packages that were used, and most importantly, do you believe that this is literally the end of the beginning, or is it not?
Good evening, Rahul. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, sir.
This strike, there has been a paradigm shift from our earlier proactive actions that we took. The first proactive action, politically sanctioned, was when we carried out surgical strikes after the Uri attack by the terrorists. That was the first time that politically we were given the mandate to go ahead and strike their camps, not very far away from the line of control. The second one was even slightly higher after Pulwama's incident that took place. And this time the Air Force went and struck the Balakot camp, which is not just in POK, but in Punjab. And it hit the Daesh camp there. So this time, when we thought that Pakistani terrorists and their sponsors had crossed the red line, it had to be a much harsher response. And that is what happened this time. We started off with whole of the nation approach, in which we started off with diplomatic and economic activities. We stopped their water and we told them that we are now suspending the Indus Water Treaty, which is a very major step that is being taken. It has been considered so many times earlier, but this step was never taken earlier. And this time we had the courage to take that step. And of course, here I mean political courage that we had. The other thing, as far as the strike is concerned, now this time we have taken on all the camps of both Daesh as well as Lashkar, not only in POK, but also in Punjab. As you know, we have struck Bahawalpur, we have struck Muridke, which is close to Lahore, and we have also struck another camp in Sialkot. And we have used the newer weapons that are available with us, the technology that is available with the services. We have made full use of that. So there has been a paradigm shift in our handling this particular activity this time, or carrying out this retaliatory action as compared to the earlier ones. And this whole of the nation approach is still ongoing, let me say that. The Indus Water river has, we have already suspended it, and we can continue to block or let the water flow whenever we want. And also we can make full use of the river water that we had in mind. You know, there are so many hydropower projects that we have in mind to be able to make use of these river flows, particularly in J&K, I would say. So this time has been a paradigm shift. But the other part of your question, is it the beginning of the end? I'm not too sure. My own view is that although we have been able to hit the people and their camps of terrorists who are functioning under the armed forces, Pakistani army in particular, you know, we have not hit the people who are giving them orders, the people who are sponsoring them. And these terrorists who have come on our side or who are camping that side, they are dispensable people, dispensable commodity as far as the Pakistan army is concerned. The other thing is that this time Pakistan army has been hit, at least their intention. People are now crying in Pakistan and asking what is the Pakistan army doing. So its image has been hit. And that probably was also one of our intention to do that. So with that image, with its image having been hit, I have a feeling that there will be a certain retaliatory action from their side. And we have to be prepared for that. And a good thing is that we are a much stronger power today, and we can dominate the escalation, and we can stop it or wherever we want to, that escalatory action activities.
So General Saab, are you saying that, okay, how would you assess the options that we considered this time and their deterrent capacity? Has it served as a deterrent, this option that we have considered?
Hopefully so. And, you know, but I would not be very certain about it, frankly. I'm saying because after all, these people, the Jaish and the Lashkar and all, they are dispensable commodity as far as Pakistan army is concerned. You know, if we had hit Pakistan army establishment and done something which lowers the image of the Pakistan army in Pakistan, then, you know, you could have looked at it slightly differently. But the manner in which Pakistan army looks at these dispensable commodity under their control, I'm not too sure whether this is the last time that we will face the terrorist action from the other side.
Do you believe, General, that we should have actually also hit a range of military or deep state targets if we really wanted to enforce deterrence on Pakistan? If we wanted to enforce, we should have broadened the scope?
Personally, I feel that we should have. It has not hit the Pakistani military directly. And unless, you know, it hits Pakistan military and their leadership directly, you know, they will probably wait for another opportunity to carry out this very cheap strike capability which is available with them.
So, General Malik, what really was the objective then behind this package of munitions and, of course, the wherewithal that they relied upon and the strategy that has been adopted? What do you think went through the military commanders' minds when they decided to adopt these options rather than a more broader option?
Look, I think, you know, this should not be looked at only militarily. This is a really political activity, political aim, objective, which is what makes the army and armed forces follow a certain strategy and select the targets. Now, I think we want to bring down the image of Pakistan and isolate Pakistan, particularly its terrorist activities. You know, it is, everybody knows that it is the hub of the terrorism in this part of the world, both internationally as well as in domestically also in Pakistan. The fact is that Pakistan today is suffering. It has been suffering politically, financially, we all understand that, and socially also. Punjabi Muslims are getting isolated within their own country. And Pakistan Army also doesn't have the same kind of image that it had some years ago. So I think we were trying to lower the image, isolate Pakistan, both internationally. So probably that was what was in our mind. And that is why the diplomatic activity has been quite strong to isolate Pakistan.
Well, obviously, a response from Pakistan will also depend on what they make of this particular action that India has taken. So if they assess it to be one that is anti-Islam, because they have said already in their statements, and this is not me, but this is what they have said in their statements, that mosques were destroyed and that we targeted their place of worship. Then they went on to say innocents were killed. So Muslims were targeted, innocent Muslims were targeted. Then they went on to say that these strikes were unprovoked, that India is playing aggressor. If one were to incorporate these assessments that Pakistan has made, then on the basis of that, how do you see them responding? Is it going to be like for like? Are they going to go after, for example, religious sites in India? Are they going to target civilians? What do you think?
I think for that, you have to understand the mindset of the Pakistani military leadership today. And we all understand, we all know that after the kind of speeches that Asim Munir has made recently, what kind of a mindset he has. He is a madrasa-educated person who believes in two-nation theory. The rest of Pakistan or rest of the world may not believe in it, but he does that. And he is also a radicalized Islamist. There is absolutely no doubt about it, the kind of speeches that he has been making lately. So when you look at that, I won't be surprised that they make another effort in this direction. And they may again target somewhere and try and divide Hindus, Muslims, as they have done in Pahalgam and elsewhere also. So this kind of terrorist strike, I won't rule it out. I'm not saying that it may happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I think for some time that deterrent will work. But then as long as people like Munir are in power and dominating not only the military but also the Pakistan polity, you should not rule out that kind of action from their side.
For the funeral of those who are found in these terror markazes, it's all people in uniform. BSF Rangers, local police, Pak Army, they are all present there along with local politicians and mullahs. Top government sources are pointing at this, Group Captain MJ Vinod and viewers, and saying if military personnel and netas are attending the funeral of jihadis, what bigger proof that all of this is state-backed?
Absolutely. I don't think we have any doubt on that. In fact, I would have even looked at this particular funeral procession as itself as a very big target, because in one probably scalp, we could have taken out all of them. Anyway, be that as it may, the point is, Anand, we still have viable targets in Pakistan. For retribution, what target does Pakistan have? Actually, there's nothing. I think they should be thankful to India that we cleaned up a little bit of, trash which they wanted to and they couldn't. And we did their job. At least that is my take on the subject. And second and most important thing, Anand, is out of 21, we took out only 9.
Yeah.
We have more to go. So which means we will, we at least hold the right to revisit these rest of the targets.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, let me also tell you, for Pakistan to go back to the world to say, to do some kind of operation, I would look at, if I was a Pakistani, I would look at probably the dams. because we stopped the water. The only viable target that he has to he can go against is probably a token attack on a dam. You can't break a dam. It takes,
Identify, track and punish every terrorist.
हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा।
और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है।
Located close to Lahore in Pakistan's Punjab province, serves as the headquarters of the Lashkar. The group operates from Markaz-e-Taiba.
The Indian Army, through Operation Sindoor, has hit 9 targets.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this continuous and rolling coverage of Operation Sindoor, Bharat's avenging Pahalgam. This strike across 9 locations in 25 minutes, 21 packages dropped, has destroyed, virtually decimated the core terror infrastructure of the Dushman, of those who have perpetrated, fomented terror on Bharatiya soil for more than 3 decades now. Just 2 weeks after the 22nd of April, Bharat has struck back, precise, focused and retributive. More importantly, correctly identified, tracked and punished as promised by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Operation Sindoor sending a clear message to Pakistan after the brutal murder of 26 Bharatiya tourists in Pahalgam. A nation of over 1 billion demanded justice. They wanted retribution. They wanted to avenge the Sindoor that was wiped off brutally after Hindu individuals who were targeted in Pahalgam and gunned down in cold blood. Bharat has responded with 21 precision missiles at 9 terror locations, reducing the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, to rubble. Even Jaish chief Masood Azhar's family members, core integral to that terror hydra, were not only hit, but they were neutralized in these strikes. As Pakistan is contemplating retaliation, Bharat stands ready, firm in its doctrine, in its belief of strength, of resolve, of patience, and of complete deterrence, proving yet again that those who shed Bharatiya blood will pay the price. Meanwhile, the government will convene an all-party meeting through the day. This Thursday is going to be quite an eventful one. It's been quite a restful night for a lot of people. And yes, when we strike blows, we should be ready to take a few counter punches. Bharat, we need to brace ourselves. We need to stand in solidarity with those in the border areas. We need to stand in solidarity with those who are currently facing a huge amount of shelling from the Dushman. There have been loss of lives and we will mourn those lives. But right now, it's the time to take guard. It's the time to stand together behind our armed forces, behind our soldiers, behind our brave hearts, and to believe in them, and to also believe that we as a nation will pummel anyone who tries to hurt us. No more bleeding Bharat with 1,000 cuts. Pakistan quite rattled. They have tried a lot of tricks. There is a lot of activity on both sides of the border and also along the line of control. But let us be rest assured, no matter what they claim, no matter what they say, we are going to hold our line and we are going to push the enemy back, further back, and perhaps reduce their own margins. Pak Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif on Wednesday evening saying that Pakistan will retaliate the Indian strikes. There was confusion, because in the NSC meeting, they said they've authorized the army to go ahead and effect corresponding action. But at the National Assembly, Shehbaz Sharif struck a different tone altogether. There are talks that there is a huge dissonance between the army and the military ranks and the civilian government and establishment. Some believe we should not take panga with Bharat, and others who are so far gone and rabid believe that they're going to stake it all, and perhaps even the very existence of Pakistan, because their pride, their ego is hurt.
साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं।
On April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
The armed forces struck at 9 terror locations. It was a collective effort by the tri-services to ensure that Pakistan was caught unawares. And how we hit them. We hit them right from top of Muzaffarabad down deep into the Pak province of Punjab, across our borders, the IB, with Rajasthan and Punjab itself. This marks the most expansive, widespread retaliation by Bharat in recent years, and some of those targets have been the hubs to effect a lot of hurt on Bharat. Let's start from the top. Muzaffarabad, is the capital of POK. It's part of the POJK regions, oceans that are territorially, sovereignly Bharat's territory, but it's been occupied by the Dushman for a long, long time. Now to its east are the districts of Jammu and Kashmir districts of Baramulla and Kupwara. Now it is known to house a cluster of terror groups whose members are helped by the Pakistan army to cross over to Bharat. Kotli, again in POK, is directly across the line of control. So you see Kotli is right across the line of control. From Jammu, Markaz Abbas and Markaz Rahil Shahid. Terror camps, they were flagged for infiltration. They have been struck in Gulpur, Bhimbar, Bagh, Chakamru and Sialkot. These are all believed to support broader terror ecosystem with training, weapons, storage, safe houses. And they house cadre from the Hizbul, from the Lashkar and also the Jaish. These camps reportedly function as feeder nodes into the entire terror network, providing logistical and operational support, and some of these camps also training suicide bombers or Fidain. The two most important sites that were hit were across the IB or the international border, deep in the Pak province of Punjab, 30 kilometers from Lahore, Muridke, and a place which houses one of the biggest squadrons of the Pakistani Air Force, that is Bahawalpur. Muridke near Lahore is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the terror group responsible for the 2008 Mumbai attacks. In Bahawalpur, the strikes hit the Subhanallah Markaz, or the center, which is believed to be the epicenter of the Jaish-e-Mohammed's operations. So these have been telling blows. These have been locations that since the Akshardham attacks downwards, have been fomenting terror on Bharatiya soil and sending in these jihadis for more than 2.5 decades now. And this has been one stroke, one solid retribution. In 25 minutes, these terror infrastructures have been razed to rubble. Now we got more news coming through. Pak Defence Minister Khwaja Asif has been confronted by CNN on his fake claims of shooting down 5 Bharatiya jets. When questioned about the claims, instead of backing his claims with solid proof, he said it is all over social media.
That your army spokesman threatened, or is there further action to come? Let's start with this very specific allegation of 5 fighter jets shot down. Where's the evidence for that, sir?
It's all over the social media, on Indian social media, not on our social media. The debris of these jets fell into Indian occupied Kashmir, and it's all over Indian media today.
You're the defense
and they have
minister.
admitted their media has.
The reason to talk to you today, sir, is not to talk about content all over social media. I'm sorry. It's not to talk about content all over social media. I'm asking you very specifically for the evidence, for the detail. For example, was any Chinese equipment used by Pakistan to down these Rafale jets, as I understand you are alleging them to be?
There are no Chinese equipment. We have Chinese planes, JF-17 and JF-10. They are Chinese planes, but they are being manufactured, assembled in Pakistan now. We have very close to Islamabad, we have a facility over there where these planes are manufactured. And if India can buy planes from France and use them, we can also buy planes from China or Russia or United States or UK and use them. And let me say one thing. They have already admitted that the 3 planes were down.
Where has Bharat admitted that 3 planes have been down? How is the Defence Minister of Pakistan quoting Bharatiya social media? Who are these elements who are trying to help the Dushman? Viewers, we have to be very, very clear that every act of ours, every rumour that we fall for, every forward that we post which is unverified, every claim that we try and fuel, be it social media or anywhere, is going to be used by the enemy for propaganda. The Defence Minister of a country that is claiming, he's claiming Bharatiya social media as proof. Contrast that with the satellite images and the precise moment and time, like you're seeing on the screens, that Bharat put out when we said that we have gone ahead and targeted their terror infrastructure. So, at this time, as we go across to Akanksha, to try and call out the Pakistanis for their bluster and their brazen lies, which have been caught out on international media platforms that are supposedly seen as friendly to the Pakistanis. Perhaps this is the biggest example to show that Pakistan can never be trusted. Their own defense minister has no clue how aircrafts are brought down if they have been brought down. Akanksha.
Right. Anand, you very rightly highlighted Pakistan has unleashed a full-blown disinformation offensive, a desperate attempt clearly to shift the focus and control the narrative with this barrage of lies and what I will call digital theatrics. They are resorting to old images, misleading claims that have also been going viral. And let me quote instances. The most prominent example is a viral image that is being falsely claimed that Pakistan Army shot down an Indian Rafale jet near Bahawalnagar. This, in fact, has been debunked by PIB, and let me fact check, as has already been done by PIB, which has confirmed that it was actually from a MiG-21 crash in Moga, Punjab, back in the year 2021. Another misleading post has been a video which was circulated with the claim that Pakistan Air Force targeted the Srinagar airbase. In reality, this footage was traced back to sectarian clashes in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in Pakistan itself that occurred last year in 2024. A separate rumor was being claimed that Pakistan destroyed an Indian brigade headquarters, a claim that has no basis again and has been entirely fabricated. Another old image, the time of a MiG-29 crash that had taken place in Rajasthan, Barmer back in September 2024 again, has been fact-checked and this entire image is being recirculated by pro-Pakistani social media handles to imply recently that Indian Air Force has lost these planes. So clearly, as you are highlighting, is it befitting of the defense minister of a country to be talking like this? But it's not surprising given that what a loose cannon Khwaja Asif has been. He's already axed Pakistan's feet by making those blatant admissions of doing the West.
No, but here is the thing. Here is the thing. Our viewers, Akanksha, stay on with us. I'm just coming back to you. Viewers, we have a responsibility as a nation. We have a responsibility as citizens of a nation that has decided to wage a war on terror, that we don't fall for this kind of false propaganda. All those people who try to share these images of disinformation pushed by Pakistani-backed handles on their own platforms need to sit back and reflect, because the nation that is inimical to us, that is currently has been responsible for fomenting war, a proxy war on our soil, is using our social media as a reference. Its defense minister is using our social media handles as a reference. We need to reflect and we need to deter from pushing such false propaganda or even falling for such false propaganda and disinformation. The other aspect, Akanksha, is the defense minister of Pakistan is only echoing its own media. Pakistani media have also put out reports saying 5 jets, including 2 UAVs were downed. Now, does that make any sense to a common person who does not even understand defense parlance? Either there are 5 jets or there are 3 plus 2 UAVs. How are UAVs equal to jets? Now, these are basic questions that Pakistani media need to be asked and its own establishment needs to be asked. The other part is that if there is so much disinformation that's being pushed by the Pakistanis, why is the international media giving them any credence? Why is it that there are those who are willing to believe the Pakistani narrative compared to what Bharat put out, that is confirmed satellite images of the drops, package drops and the destruction of the terror infrastructure?
Anand, I think for once, Becky Anderson, of course, has asked a very pertinent question when she asked the Defense Minister of Pakistan to provide evidence for the claims that he is making. Because remember, this is the very country, the very Pakistan, that is actually asking India for evidence of that dastardly terror attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam. And when they are being asked for evidence, they have none to, in fact, fortify those claims. And it was Khwaja Asif very much making baseless claims that Indian soldiers were captured during recent military strikes. One wonders how is he able to make that claim given that Indian strikes took place very much from the Indian airspace. And later he debunked and retracted that very own statement. He's also alleged that Indian soldiers had been taken prisoner following Pakistan's response to India's Operation Sindoor. So, you know, this is the very country which resorts to proxy wars. And so a strategic use of misinformation is just not surprising. These incidents very much reflect a deliberate and a very coordinated attempt by Pakistan, Anand, to mislead the media, distort the global narrative and manipulate public perception.
Absolutely. And the sad part is that there are elements, including friends within the media, there are platforms, media platforms that have succumbed to this claim. They are willing to believe what Pakistani disinformation campaign is doling out rather than believe our brave hearts, our own government, our own establishment and their own network of reporters and reports, and at least ask for proof, verify what is being put out. And that's exactly what foreign media or the CNN, Becky Anderson was asking Khwaja Asif, where is your proof? Don't quote any other social media or whatever is on social media. Where is your proof as government when you are making a claim like this? And this has all made its way into official statements and documents and demarches and briefings that the Pakistanis have made to the international world. This itself exposes how shallow their claims are and how lacking credibility their claims are or their statements are. Meanwhile, we've got more developments coming through in the United Kingdom. Shadow Foreign Secretary in the UK, Priti Patel, has also reacted to the Operation Sindoor. Speaking in the House of Commons, she said, and I quote, "We must stand with those affected by terrorism. The United Kingdom must work with our friends in India to tackle terrorist threats and engage with India, Pakistan and key partners in the region